This sports program is presented by authority of Wabash Valley Sports and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated in any way without prior written consent of Wabash Valley Sports.
Welcome to Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology, the U.S. News & World Report's #1 engineering school in the United States that offers a master's as its highest degree for 20 consecutive years. Rose-Hulman, where you come to find yourself. Find yourself through personal growth, through personal development, through study, research, and invention. Rose-Hulman, your home for academic and athletic excellence. You're watching Rose-Hulman Women's Basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
And welcome to Terre Haute, Indiana, on campus of Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology for this afternoon's ball game, an HCAC game that could determine playoff possibilities. Hello, everyone. I'm Herb King, and along with Walt Gordon, we're going to bring you all the exciting action of Rose-Hulman basketball as they take on the Bluffton Beavers from Bluffton, Ohio. And we're looking for a great ball game this afternoon.
We really are, and these two teams are really fighting for, like you talked about, playoff consideration. Of course, the top 6 teams in the HCAC going to postseason play. And when you look at this game, it's extremely, extremely important when you look at that seeding, with Rose-Hulman seeded at 7th and Bluffton 6th. It's a very easy flip-flop if Rose-Hulman can pull out this win today, which I'm going to call it, like I've been calling every game we've done for Rose-Hulman, a must-win. Absolutely a must-win.
This one is 76-51, or 76-61 on the 12th of December. Rose-Hulman got a victory at Bluffton, and so if you're looking at this one, it'll be a big ball game because Bluffton knows that they need to win to keep pace for a chance to get in the tournament. Rose-Hulman knows the same thing. We're looking at two teams that are right at that 500 level, both of them struggling, both of them fighting, getting better as the season goes on. We're looking for a great ball game this afternoon. Let's take a short break. We'll be right back with more from Terre Haute, Indiana, here on Indiana Sports Network.
It's employee pricing for everyone at York Chevy Buick on US Highway 40 in Brazil. Our Christmas gift to you is 2019 Silverados up to $12,000 off. Buick Encore, $99 a month. Equinoxes as low as $169 per month. And Chevy Trax as low as $99 per month. On US Highway 40 in Brazil, where we're not #1, you are.
We're not #1.
You are!
You're #1 at York.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Men's Basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
And welcome back to Rose-Hulman. Holbert Arena is the spot for this afternoon's HCAC matchup between Bluffton University and Rose-Hulman. As you're looking at this one, we're looking at teams that Rose-Hulman has struggled the last 3 ball games, lost a couple really close ones, or they could find themselves towards the upper 2 or 3 in the conference.
And quite frankly, that's where they should be. And a couple of games you let slip, you have to defend home court, which is one of the reasons why this game here today is so important. But they had an opportunity. You mentioned Bluffton's last contest against Rose-Hulman. Rose going to Bluffton and getting a big double-digit victory. Rose's last game out went to Franklin, the #1 seeded Franklin Grizzlies. Had an opportunity to win that game down the stretch. Came away with a 2-point loss. So a game where they had a lead in much of the second half after fighting back and kind of laying a goose egg in the first half, found a way to fight back, had a lead for the majority of the second half, just couldn't close out the game. A very disappointing loss, a game that was very winnable, and a game that would have meant so much for their confidence. But now you mentioned them losing 3 in a row. This is a team that's got to find themselves, maybe shake up the starting lineup a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a shake-up in the starting lineup. You saw that before with the previous losing streak they had this season, so time will tell. But this is a big game for Rose. Well, obviously a big game for both teams, but Rose really needs to find themselves right now. Well,
And with that opportunity, they're facing a Bluffton team that's very well balanced. 4 players in double figures. They score the ball very well. Guy Neal, who's in his 31st year at Bluffton, is he's the elder statesman, so to speak, in a conference, and he's one of those guys that just continually has a situation where he gets his players to play hard. They may not be conference champions all the time, but they play hard, they play well, and they're a well-coached ball club.
They really are. And you mentioned balance. It's so weird to see a team that doesn't even score 70 points have 4 double-digit scores, and that's what you have with this Bluffton team. And Coach Neal, you mentioned him being really the institution at the institution. I mean, he's been around for that many years. It lets you know he's seen everything there is to see. And if he can get his team, whatever year team it is, all they have to do is buy in to what he is trying to teach them. Not every season's team buys in. This year's team is doing a pretty good job at that and trying to find themselves. They've lost 3 out of 4 as well. And so, Coach Neal is a very veteran coach with a lot of experience and a lot of things he can teach these young men. And when you look at the balance that they have with 4 guys in double figures, the one that really I really loved a couple of that I really like to watch. Of course, Andrew Renner. That's a young man. I'm glad he's a senior. And that's really a testament, a show of respect to that young man. Last time we'll have to see him here at the Holbert Arena. But a young man that leads the team in field goal attempts, leads the team in three-point attempts, leads the team in free throw attempts. I mean, this is a guy that can get it a multitude of ways. It's so weird to see him lead your team leader in threes and your team leader in free throws. I mean, it doesn't always happen that way. A lot of times it doesn't, but that young man finds a way to get to the basket as well as being such a threat outside.
Well, and he's just been a consistent, solid player. He grew up right next to Bluffton University and went to Bath High School right in Lima, and just an outstanding player, real consistent in what he does, doesn't turn the ball over much, makes great assist pass. He's the team leader for sure, but you've got 3 other players in double figures, and with that opportunity, they're a handful to stop on offense. If they can do a good job on the inside defense, they're going to give Rose-Hulman trouble. Rose-Hulman, though, really played inside out at Bluffton the last time in and really dominated on the inside. So we're going to see that typical Rose-Hulman and pound the ball inside. Bluffton will shoot it a little bit more outside, spread the floor, and try to get to the basket on a drive. We're looking for a great kind of a change of pace with both of these teams. We're here at Holbert Arena on the campus of Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology, where it's Bluffton University is coming in to take on Rose-Hulman. We'll have more for you here on Indiana Sports Network.
The Car Hop Classic for just $2.99 is the perfect 1-2 punch of flavor and value.
Time that!
You need a trainer to help you eat the burger?
Hey, stay out of this.
Don't get in my head, man. There's barely room for me in there.
Hurry in and try quarter-pound double cheeseburger or crispy tender sandwich plus tots for $2.99.
You're watching Rose-Hulman men's basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
And welcome back to Terre Haute, Indiana, Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology. It's Bluffton University has come in to take on Rose-Hulman. We just have the starting lineups posted online, and when you're looking at these, a little bit of a shakeup.
Well, for the Engineers, it's the same lineup they've been. And I don't want to sound critical. This is the same lineup we've seen for a good little while. I think when you look at early in the season, Rose-Hulman lost 5 games in a row. They changed their starting lineup as far as some of the bigs. They rattled off 5 wins. Then streak goes the other way. We have these 3 losses. That's kind of why I thought I might see a little change in the starting lineup. Freshman Vuk Juric is playing unbelievable basketball right now. I thought maybe we want to ride the hot hand and see what we can do inserting him to the starting lineup. Not trying to be overly critical, just my observation and wondering if we will see a change. We're going to stick with the 5 starters and expected as a different result from this lineup.
Well, when you're looking at it for Rose-Hulman, they're led by Craig McGee, and Craig is one of the outstanding. He's almost averaging a triple-double in this one. 18.4 points per game, 8.2 rebounds, and 7.1 assists per game. He's by far one of the very best players in the conference. The problem is he needs other people to come alongside, a little bit more scoring out of some of them, and basically defensive pressure and effort by everybody for Rose-Hulman to have that chance, not only to make the conference tournament, but also to put themselves in a position where they could win it. Because with a guy like Craig McGee, it's very difficult to stop the young man, especially when he gets things going in the middle of a ball game.
You know, he is a gentleman that can get hot at a moment's notice, can get by most of the defenders in the Heartland Conference. But like you mentioned, he needs help from the other guys as well, and he needs, you know, that second score, that third score to score on a given day to step up and make their presence felt on the basketball court. Another thing that I'd like to see the Rose-Hulman do is play him in a multitude of spots. Too many times you see him at the top of the key area pounding the basketball, trying to make something happen deep into the shot clock. Rose-Hulman, they play with a little bit more pace. You're not starting your offense at 20, running it for 10 seconds. If nothing happens, then you give it back to him at the top of the key for the last 10 seconds from the breakdown 4 guys. That doesn't work very well at the end of games, which, you know, if you're having trouble to put some games away, and that's what everybody knows you're going to do at the end of the game, it makes it hard when you have 4 sets of eyes looking at you, maybe 5 sets of eyes trying to stop you in the last 10 seconds of the shot clock. So I'd love to see Rose play with a little more pace, get him the ball in some different areas of the court as opposed to the top of the circle.
For Bluffton this afternoon, they're going to start out with Ronnie James, Andrew Renner, Desmond Brown, Zeddy Pollock, and Isaiah Taylor. And if you notice, 2 of those players have averaged a double figures. The other 2 players come off the bench. So a different kind of style for Coach Guy Neal. He's got a pretty deep bench, and he'll probably try to use it. Coach Rusty Lloyd is going to bring out Michael Lake, Craig McGee, Jacob Back, Terry Hicks, and Eli Combs. Again, he'll use his bench as well, especially on the big players on the post. They're going to rotate those players in and out, and we'll see what's going on. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back for the starting lineups here from the Holbert Arena on the campus of Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology.
We were choosing colors for the house, and I stopped and looked at Mike and said, "We're really doing this, aren't we?" The process was challenging, but Riddell was there for us every step of the way. The mortgage, closing, they eased our stress. It made sense when Mike said,
"We're really doing this."
Mortgage loans made easy from Riddell. Making friends since 1885.
You're watching Rose-Hulman men's basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
And both these teams are congregating towards the sidelines, getting ready to go as the pep band will get prepared to do their duty as well. Students are in the house, we're in the house, and we're getting ready to go. We'll pause, come right back for the starting lineups. Again, you're watching Rose-Hulman basketball on Indiana Sports Network.
It could be anyone. The star student, the all-state athlete. I never thought it could happen to me, that I could lose everything. I found help, I found hope, I found recovery. I regained something lost.
Everybody clap your hands. Shot now, yo. Turn it out. Oh, yeah. Shot, real smooth.
At Lynn's Pharmacy, we're more than just your pharmacist. We're your neighbors.
Our kids go to the same schools. We eat at the same restaurants.
We sit next to you in church.
When I listen to a symptom.
When I fill a prescription.
When I offer advice, I'm not just helping a customer. I'm helping my neighbor and a friend. My name is Lynn Hofstadter, and I'm the proud owner of Lynn's Pharmacy, a modern pharmacy with old-fashioned values and personal service dedicated to keeping you, your family, and our community healthy since 1872.
Here at Lynn's Pharmacy, downtown Brazil.
You're watching Rose-Hulman men's basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
And the pep band with the national anthem. We'll have the starting lineups for you here shortly. Bluffton will be
10 junior from Cleveland, Ohio, number 3, Ronnie James. At guard, a 6'3 senior from Cairo, Ohio, number 10, Andrew Renner. At guard, a 5'11 junior from Elyria, Ohio, number 11, Desmond Brown. At guard, a 6'3 junior from Mongodor, Ohio, number 22, Zeddy Pollock. And at center, a 6'5 senior from Yellow Springs, Ohio, number 34, Isaiah Taylor. The Beavers are led by head coach Guy Neal and assisted by Devin Price and Kevin Homir. And now, the starting lineup for your Rose-Hulman Fighting Engineers. At forward, a 6'7 junior from Harrison, Ohio, number 5, Jacob Back. At guard, a 6'2 senior from Cincinnati, Ohio, number 11, Michael Lake. At guard, a 6-foot junior from Loveland, Ohio, number 15, Craig McGee. And at forward, a 6'5 freshman from Fishers, Indiana, number 30, Terry Hicks. And at forward, a 6'5 senior from Bloomfield, Indiana, number 40, Eli Combs. The Engineers are led by head coach Russie Lloyd and assisted by John Lester.
And you see the starting lineups for this one. The Rose-Hulman cheerleaders out going at it as well. You're looking at you see the pep band and all the things going on. They're loud and proud today. A lot of signs for today's game. I've seen students come in with signs and a couple big hats in here, and they're ready to have some fun as studying has commenced back at Rose-Hulman. Got to have that study break.
Yes, you do. Oh, man, this is fantastic. I love when the students are here.
Make things a lot more interesting. You sure can tell.
Yes.
Well, if you don't know, Bluffton University is located in northwestern Ohio and just north of Lima off of State Route 75. Bluffton is known as the Beavers. And yeah, we've been watching a couple of those signs. They're rather interesting. I don't know what the young man's wearing on the front row, but that's an interesting one as well. Back will jump it up for Rose-Hulman in the center circuit with Renner. Rose-Hulman gains control of the ball. McGee pulls it outside. It's Combs back to back. McGee looking for Holmes on the bottom. Back, pulls it back out, and then we'll rotate it around. Lake to McGee. Top of the key, pull up from 17. Can't get it to go, bounds out. Little rebound, fought for on the floor, and picked up a held ball. Great effort by both these squads. The possession error, though, favors Bluffton.
Love to see guys get on the floor early. early on the floor. The intensity got to be there from the top.
Bluffton with the basketball. And they're going to run the weave out in front. Ronnie James with the basketball, looking down a low post, feeds it down into Taylor. Back out. James traveled with it, took off, and it'll be a turnover, giving the ball back to Rose-Hulman.
The Rose-Hulman defense is going to have their head on a swivel. So much player action, so many screens around that mid-post in Bluffton's offense. If you're not paying attention, you're going to give up easy layups. And that's what Coach wants to see.
In the low post, it's Combs backing down, puts it up, gets nothing out of it. A lot of contact in the low post. They're letting him play this afternoon. Brown off the high screen by Taylor. Kick out to James, back over to Renner. And again, good ball movement by both of these teams. Renner, leading scorer for Bluffton, will have his hands on the ball quite often. Thomas almost falls with, or Taylor almost falls with it back to the outside, gives it up to James. 3-point shots no good by Brown, and a rebound comes out to Rose-Hulman. McGee. Off that high screen, they're going to call the blocking foul, and it'll go against Ronnie James, and Rose-Hulman has the basketball.
Interesting early when you look at this basketball contest, and the two types of offenses almost can't be any more dissimilar.
Really trying to pound it in is Rose-Hulman, and they haven't been able to do it. McGee crossover, working at high screens, got an opportunity. Gives out to Combs, and McGee again with his hands on the basketball.
Deep in the shot clock again.
Drive, shoots, can't get it. Rebound comes out to Bluffton, and it's Renner with his hands on the ball. Renner to Brown, back to Renner. Drive in, kick out to James. He doesn't get a shot in as well, as it doesn't hit anything. Very quickly, Pollock with it to Renner. He'll drive, and they're going to call the foul on the floor.
Looks like they got Terry Hicks on the hand check.
It is Terry Hicks. He'll get called for his first, the team's first as well. No scorers here in the first half. We're just a couple minutes into the ball game, and neither team can find the range right now. Pollock gives it up to James. Inside, no good. Tipped around and picked up by McGee. They're going to call a foul over the back on Desmond Brown.
Everything but the finish there by Isaiah Taylor. The ball led him right to the spot where he wanted to put that up on the left block. He just couldn't quite get the bounce there off the glass, but it was good offense and good fight by Rose to get that defensive rebound and to collect the foul.
Craig McGee running the offense. Back outside to Combs, and again, they're going to have a foul on the low post. I'll tell you what.
Isaiah Taylor, you talk about guys trying to cut through the lane and getting bodied up. Isaiah Taylor did everything but rip back's jersey off. I mean, he was not letting him cut through to get to a spot on the high elbow.
You'll notice today also the coaches with sneakers on today, as it's Coaches for Cancer Day. Lake pulls up on a 10-foot runner, can't get it to go, as Brown pulls it down for Bluffton. Renner, again, leading scorer for Bluffton, averaging 17 points a game. Taylor hands it off, gives it up to the freshman Pollock. Back in the corner, shots up and good. This time Desmond Brown, the junior from Elyria, Ohio, picks up the first bucket of the game, and it's 3 points for Bluffton. Into the ball game again. We haven't had the substitutions for either one of these teams. They're looking at it. Feed inside, and it's lost, stolen away by Renner.
Not a good pass there. Got to be a little bit higher.
On the outside, again, Bluffton trying to drive through. They get to the rim, kick it back outside. Pollock for three, can't get it to go. Who has the rebound? McGee.
Boy, Rose is kind of dodging bullets here. Bluffton just not making shots. They're getting wide open looks, Herb.
McGee. Lake in the corner, wide open. Can he get it? Doesn't get the ball down, and it's a 3-on-2 break. Renner looking at the crossover, takes the shot up and in.
I love the early offense there. You see Bluffton a couple times down the floor. Even if they don't get all the way to the basket, they're at least racing it up to at least probe to see if they can get early offense. That time they got the fast break point. Swing it.
Looking at it, Lake's had 2 good looks. Hasn't been able to put it down. Really, the shot selection for Rose-Hulman's been good, but they trail 5-0. Cross court, Lake again open for 3. Can he get that one? Doesn't find the range again. And Rose has yet to score a basket. Bluffton with the ball. Brown inside, blocked by Eli Combs and stolen away. Picked up and loose. Lake steps across, and they don't call a foul on that one.
I think he traveled before the foul call would have been, but they called neither. The right thing happened with Bluffton getting the ball. I guess the ball just doesn't lie.
That's what they say, anyhow. We're looking at it again. James back out to Brown. Trying to feed the ball to Taylor.
Kind of a rugged start this one, huh?
Really tough for Rose-Hulman. They haven't found the range at all. Had an open look for James. He didn't take it. James for 3. Does he get it? He does. And a timeout. Rose-Hulman will take one as well. It's 8-0 Bluffton here in an early run from Terre Haute.
It's employee pricing for everyone at York Chevy Buick on US Highway 40 in Brazil. Our Christmas gift to you is 2019 Silverados up to $12,000 off. Buick Encore, $99 a month. Equinoxes as low as $169 per month. And Chevy Trax as low as $99 per month. On US Highway 40 in Brazil, where we're not number 1, you are.
We're not number 1.
You are.
You're number 1 at York.
A to Z Construction performs free inspections and free estimates. A to Z welcomes all insurance work, specializing in all roofing systems, plus performing all other aspects of construction and remodeling. A to Z Construction is your Greater Wabash Valley roofing company. Call Shannon Combs for your free roofing inspection today. A to Z Construction, building the future together.
You're watching Rose-Hulman men's basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
And we want to thank our sponsors of today's game, A to Z Construction, Hamilton Center, Lynn's Pharmacy, Refreshment Services and Pepsi, Riddell National Bank, Sonic Drive-Ins, Union Health, and York Automotive. Transportation for Indiana Sports Network is provided by York Automotive with locations in Brazil, Greencastle, and Crawfordsville. So Rose took a timeout. They find themselves trailing early in this one, 8-0, and Coach Rusty Lloyd had a little bit of words to say with a couple of players, and he had a couple substitutions in the process as well. Zarnecki with the ball in the low post. John puts it up and in.
Big John Zarnecki gets Rose's first points on the board.
And if you've looked right now, there are 4 other players other than McGee back on the floor. So subs abounded for Rose-Hulman. They're ready to play, hopefully, on this one. It's 8-2.
And that's about the same usual time that Coach Lloyd starts running his substitutions, right around the 5-minute mark.
Pollock can't get it to go. Rebound, and it's McGee.
Push it.
1 on 3. He'll push, looks, kicks to the outside.
Let's go, Max.
Shots up and good. Max Chaplin, the freshman from Carmel, puts it in, and it's 8-5.
Wow.
With the drive, kick back outside is Pollock. He nails a 3 right back in your face. It's 11-5. Bluffing it with the lead.
If you don't get back, they'll run it right down your throat.
Feed down on the inside, low post gives it up to Jurek, and he gets called for an offensive foul, backing him down.
And that's kind of an easy call right there for the referee right in front of him. I don't know how great of a play that was, but, you know, we're hearing our director say Flop City in our ear, and I might halfway agree with that.
Well, Rose doesn't have an acting class on campus, but Bluffton does, because I took one when I was there once.
Okay.
With it, Ronnie James, he'll start the offense for the Beavers. Hand off back to James. Back to the outside. Again, it's Kennard.
Wow.
Puts it up and in.
In his face. Hand was up, and it did not matter. What a great look right there by Renner. Come on, Wirtz.
Here, Wirtz backs down. He can't get it, and the rebound comes out to Bluffton. James, an open look for Renner. You don't want that. He didn't get it to fall, though. Rebound comes up to Zarnecki.
That was a great pitch to the trailer. The defense just fell asleep, wasn't ready for that at all.
Kick in the corner with the drive. Open look. Zarnecki turns around, gets it up and in. Big John is active today.
And that's where our postmen are most active, most effective, I should say, getting the ball right around that 7-foot area. We don't really have any guys that are traditional back to the basket type, but when you're playing against smaller guys, the tendency is to want them to do that.
In the corner with the drive is James. Kick in the corner. Shot is up and good. It's a three-pointer by Zeddy Pollock, his second one of the ball game.
What's your see? Oh, almost a turnover.
Really close. Good save that time by Zach Callahan. In the corner. Kaplan can't get it in, and it's Bluffton with the basketball. Renner, one-on-one, look at him move. Here he goes. He gets up and fouled, and the foul will go against Trey Wirtz. Renner will step to the line.
Renner set him up. That spin went away from the basket and spun. And for some reason, he had all that space. The defender went out there to the left with him, as opposed to staying and guarding the basket. He just left himself wide open for that easy spin move.
Andrew Renner steps to the line.
Oh, boy.
And I'll tell you what, he's an excellent ball player.
He is.
16-7
line as well.
Yeah, 16-7. Renner, 2 for 3 from the floor. He's got 4, make it 5 points as he sticks in the first free throw. Michael Lake back into the ball game, and they'll give Craig McGee a much-needed rest. They don't expect it to be very long. And again, McGee doesn't have points on the board. Substitution, and they're going to slow it down. That's when you know, I'm sorry, but that's when you know you have a guy who understands what his team's good at. He sets the half-court defense by substituting during the middle of a free throw. Rose-Hulman with the basketball. Callahan, and they move it around. Chaplin, Lake, and Zarnecki. Cross court. Max had it. Lob on the inside, way up over the top and out of bounds. Turnover gives the ball back to Bluffton. 11-point lead for the Beavers. It's 18-7. Moving the basketball, and that weave on the outside. Kennard, kick out to James. Taylor. And again, you're really seeing that weave try to kick and pick somebody open on the help. Ronnie James gives it up to Taylor. You want to keep it in his hands. Taylor turn around from 15, can't get it to go. Rebound comes out to Callahan. On the drive, inside, can't get it to go. He gets, I'm going to say, almost bailed out on the foul, and he'll go to the line to shoot 2.
They double-teamed right there in the post, and Wirtz would have been right open for the easy layup. But on the defensive end, I think that the Engineers are doing, something they do quite often, and that is overhelp. Sometimes you have to know, you can't double off of every pass and after every, but the scout report will say where and when you're going to do that. But in my estimation, they, help when it is not quite necessary, and then that means you're a pass or 2 away from a wide open shot by guys that you should not be helping off of.
Zach Callahan puts both free throws in. The junior from Danville, Indiana, is now on the board. Wow. Taylor gets it down inside, can't get it to go. Zarnecki with the board.
Another good look by Taylor that just doesn't go down. Engineers dodging another bullet.
Lake to Chaplin. Over to Callahan. Zarnecki playing outside. Trying to use that screen is Lake. Zarnecki feeds it down to Wirtz. Wirtz on the low post, spin, little jump hook, can't get it to go. Rebound, Zarnecki down to Wirtz for 2.
Boy, I'm telling you what, John Zarnecki is all over the place. Like you mentioned, he's extremely active here in the early goings of this basketball game. Really bailing the Engineers out today.
James with the basketball, feeds inside, and I don't know if
Close to a block.
I think he got his hands on the ball.
Okay, we'll just give it to him.
Chaplin off the drive.
Look at that hounding defense.
Max looking to feed the ball. He's dead. Give it in the corner. Now down low to Zarnecki. Pump, lays it up, can't get it. Works, can't get the rebound, and it comes off to Ronnie James. Desmond Brown off the left wing, and again, looking for it inside, cross court. It looked like he traveled on that. They didn't get the call because it was a loose ball. With the drive is James trying to feed it. Loose ball picked up, and Works gets his hands on it. Michael Lake with the drive. Off the Works screen, he's got Works wide open for three, doesn't get anything. Misses the whole basket, and a rebound comes out to Carter Kennard.
That's a shot that he can knock down. They're going to get a timeout by Bluffton.
Timeout, Bluffton will take one as well. A 7-point Bluffton lead, 18-11 when we return for more on Indiana Sports Network.
You're watching Rose-Hulman men's basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
And returning for more action, it's 18-11. Bluffton University with the lead over Rose-Hulman. Bluffton with the basketball. Desmond Brown started the offense. Renner back into the ball game, and they're really looking for him to try to isolate him on Michael Lake. Renner with the ball off the left side. This is the guy you want to double team if you're going to double team somebody. Kick outside to Taylor. He's going to drive. He's not going to do anything else. Drive in, and good defense by Zarnecki. Forced an errant shot. McGee back on the floor for Rose-Hulman. With the drive, looked to pull up. Give it to the freshman. Kicked it down and lost the ball out of bounds as Terry Hicks couldn't find number 40, Eli Combs, on the low post.
It'll be turnover number 5 for the Engineers. Just way too many turnovers in the early going of the game. Maybe it was turnover number 4. Either way, yeah, 5. You just can't have that many turnovers here in the first, 10 minutes of the game.
3-point shots up, no good. Rebound comes out, and it's held on to and loose. And now Hicks ends up with the basketball, and Rose-Hulman on the break.
Wow.
Michael Lake. They're going to give it to McGee. Craig McGee, leading scorer for Rose-Hulman, doesn't have a point yet. We're over a quarter of the way through the ball game. Pull up, kick out. Hicks for 3, can't get it. Rebound. Zarnecki had it, but taken away. Renner with a good effort and picks it up for Bluffton. Brown. Kennard. Back outside to Rich. Rich again looking for it, almost traveled with it. Taylor.
Shot clock. Stay down.
Isaiah Taylor looked for it. Rich on the drive at a low post. Kicked outside, shot up by Brown, no good, and a rebound comes out to Combs.
Man, Bluffton is just missing shots. It's flat out. They're just missing shots.
And Rose-Hulman's turned it over too much.
Yep.
Outside, no good, rebound. And Rose-Hulman with it that time as Terry Hicks pulls it down, another offensive rebound. McGee looking for help. Lake off to McGee. Combs for 3. Looked true, but fell short, and Bluffton with the basketball.
Both teams shooting a low percentage here in this early going to this basketball game. Rose right around 25%.
Bluffton not much better at 32. Shots up and in.
How does that one go in? The other ones don't.
I don't know, but it does. 20-11. Bluffton with a 9-point lead. And again, Rose-Hulman has not played well. If they start playing well, they'll be in this ball game really well. Combs can't get anything to go. No foul called. And all of a sudden, with a 9-point lead, Bluffton with the basketball. Renner for 3, and he pulls up looking at this one. Can't get it to go. Zarnecki with the board.
Zarnecki got to be right around, 5 rebounds for Big John so far?
Well, they pick him out at 4 with 1 assist. McGee down inside, he loses. He had an open cutter on it and just a little bit too much mustard on it.
Yeah, you would like to see, that have a little more air under it. But when you're trying to make that pass, you don't want to undershoot him and lead to a light ball turnover. But that was a good look to McGee and Zarnecki, but just couldn't quite execute. Kind of storyline of the game so far for the Engineers.
Rich down to Taylor. Taylor on the low post, trying to body up on Zarnecki and almost stolen away by Hicks. Left a wide open Kennard, can't get it to go. Rebound, of course, comes out to McGee. Hicks, Terry with the drive and the lay-in. And that's why he's on the floor. If he can do that, Rose-Hulman will step back in this one in a hurry. 20-13, Bluffton with the lead. Kennard. Back over to Brown. In the post is Kennard. Taylor won't take the 10-footer. He'll pivot around. He's been in that lane for a while. Brown pulls up, can't get it. Ball's loose and picked up by Zarnecki, this time on his knees.
All you got to do is stay down on that pump fake, because if he wants to shoot it from 10 or out, tip your hat to him if he makes it.
Lake off the screen to Hicks. McGee off that left wing with the drive, pull up, shot's good. Craig McGee's on the board, and Rose trails by 5.
Good job by Zarnecki to vacate the area, take his defender with him.
Timeout by Bluffton. They lead by 5, 20-15. We'll return for more action of Rose-Hulman basketball.
We were choosing colors for the house, and I stopped and looked at Mike and said, "We're really doing this, aren't we?" The process was challenging, but Riddell was there for us every step of the way. The mortgage, closing, they eased our stress. It made sense when Mike said,
"We're really doing this."
Mortgage loans made easy from Riddell. Making friends since 1885.
You're watching Rose-Hulman men's basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
Bluffton will have possession of the basketball in midcourt. And they lead Rose-Hulman 20-15. Very important game for both of these teams as they have the same conference record at this time, and it's right now between 6th and 7th place in the conference. Whoever wins the ball game will end up gaining sole control of at least 6th place in the conference. Takes all 6, stolen away. McGee steals it from Renner. 1-on-1, lays it up, and we'll get a foul called. Foul will be on John Draper, who just checked into the ball game. A 6'4" junior from South Euclid, Ohio.
That was once again Engineers getting out in transition. They were getting that defensive rebound and get out and really push the ball up the floor.
I picked the wrong foul. I'm sorry. Foul goes on 24, Carter Kennard. It's his first. 5th foul for Bluffton. Couple more and they'll be in the bonus. Substitution for Rose-Hulman coming in is Vuk Jurek, the freshman from Chicago, as he came in briefly at the start of the ball game, and so he'll get a second shot. 20-16, lead's been cut to 4. Renner feeds it down to number 50, A.J. Kenny, who came into the ball game. Brown to Kenny. Kenny with the drive. Taken away and stolen away by Sanvit Ram. Ram pulls it outside to Lake for 3. Does he get it? No. Rebound comes off to Andrew Renner. Kennard, kick out. Good ball movement, and they'll feed it down inside to Kenny. And they'll set it up one more time. Desmond Brown with the ball. Looking at that backdoor cut. Kennard off the rub, gets a shot up, can't get it. Rebound comes out to McGee.
Boy, Ram got caught on that screen. But once again, a nice open look by Bluffton. Once again, shot just doesn't fall.
Lake off the screen from Combs. He'll drive, pull up. No, he gives it up, and he misses that reverse layup. Was Vuk Jurek. Had a pretty open look on that one. Kick back to the outside. Rich for three, can't get it to go. Rebound again to McGee, and McGee is on fire from at least the idea of rebounds. Has it stolen away. Brown can't get it to go. Rebound again to McGee.
Now let's take care of the basketball here.
McGee off the screen, up top to Lake. Michael Lake working off of Combs' screen to Ram. McGee kicks out to Lake. Samvit Ram for three. Can he get it? No. Just cries out of the front of the rim. 4-point lead for Bluffton, and they have the basketball.
I'm telling you, Herb, it's going to be a situation where both teams start making shots at the same time.
You can hit 120 on this because they're shooting the ball with open looks. Nobody's hitting a thing. Inside, nice feed to Renner, and a really smart play as he held Lake on his back and posted up strong. 6-point lead for Bluffton.
Sometimes you get passed open,
Ram to Lake. McGee. Craig for three. Does he get it? This one he gets. And all of a sudden, here they go. The student section just got into this one, and a timeout's been called. It's a 3-point lead by Bluffton when we return on Indiana Sports Network.
It could be anyone. The star student, the all-state athlete. I never thought it could happen to me, that I could lose everything. I found help, I found hope, I found recovery. I regained something lost.
You're watching Rose-Hulman men's basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
3-point lead for Bluffton. They jumped out to an 8-point lead and have maintained a lead this entire first half. Rose-Hulman trimming it to its shortest deficit right before the break. Bluffton with the basketball. Jared Kennard, they'll feed it inside to Taylor. Cross court, they'll give it up. Renner for two, gets it. Andrew Renner.
Beautiful job to use the dribble to find yourself open. Just that one dribble is all I needed.
Feed on the inside. Vuk Jurek, power move, gets it in there, gets it blocked, goes up again, strong, can't get it. Rebound comes to Combe, but they'll have an over-the-back call. It'll go against Bluffton, and Rose-Hulman will have picked up another foul on Bluffton. That's the 6th. The next one will be double figures, but we're almost at the end of the half.
Vuk dribbled himself right underneath the basket. Would love to see him swing the ball and then post up again to see if he can get it back.
Look, screen the screener. Lake's open in the corner with the drive, kick. Vuk Jurek has it, and he didn't turn it over. He had two guys right on him.
That's important.
Samvit Ram. Michael Lake trying to look off the screen, pulls up, has it stuffed right back at him. Has a nice block that time by Isaiah Taylor.
Isaiah Taylor is a nice player, isn't he?
It really is. Renner feed down inside to Kennard, and it'll go the other direction.
You got to catch the ball first, Kennard. You got to, sometimes you want to move before you make that catch. You have an idea of what you want to do, just didn't possess it first, and it knocked out of bounds.
Jared Kennard, a sophomore. His brother Carter's a senior. So when we said Kennard, that was the younger one. Kick outside, wide open look, and a 3-point basket by Eli Combs. And we have a foul after the play.
We get a flop.
Oh, they're going to say it tipped. What did he say?
He called something. I thought he called flop warning.
Yeah, they may have.
On who? I didn't see who was on, but.
And we didn't see it's not showing up on the statistics either. Bluffton with the basketball. They lead by 2 as Rose-Hulman has cut the lead from 8 down to 2.
Thought they might go for a little 2-for-1 there, but too late now.
Ronnie James, and now they'll set it up. Renner is going to pull it down. There's 15 seconds on the shot clock. About a 6-second differential. Trying to force Renner to go to his left. I don't know if it's better left or right. Doesn't really matter for him. Drives hard with the kick in the corner. Samvit Ram on the floor. Oh. What a great play. Held ball. Possession arrow, and they're going to say, wait a second, they're going to talk this over. And they're not going to do the held ball.
They are going to no other way. That was a quick jump ball, Herb, if you ask me. I didn't think that. I thought the ball was jostling around. I didn't think either guy had possession of it, let alone both of them.
So they talked this one over. And they're saying, I don't know. We'll see if it's possession arrow for sure. It may have been shot clock violation. 7.9 seconds left on this one in the first half.
Rusty Lowe is lobbying.
This way they have to go full length of the court. Chaplin to McGee. McGee pull up for three. Can he get it? No, tipped around. And they had a chance to tie that one. Eli Combs couldn't get that tip to go in. And we'll go to halftime. Bluffton leading this ball game 24-22. As we go to halftime, you're watching Rose-Hulman basketball on Indiana Sports Network.
Everybody clap your hands. Shot now, y'all. Turn it out. Oh, yeah. Shot, real smooth.
At Lynn's Pharmacy, we're more than just your pharmacist. We're your neighbors.
Our kids go to the same schools. We eat at the same restaurants.
We sit next to you in church.
When I listen to a symptom.
When I fill a prescription.
When I offer advice, I'm not just helping a customer. I'm helping my neighbor and a friend. My name is Lynn Hofstetter, and I'm the proud owner of Lynn's Pharmacy, a modern pharmacy with old-fashioned values and personal service dedicated to keeping you, your family, and our community healthy since 1872.
Here at Lynn's Pharmacy, downtown Brazil.
This sports program is presented by authority of Wabash Valley Sports and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated in any way without prior written consent of Wabash Valley Sports.
You're watching Rose-Hulman men's basketball on the Indiana Sports Network. It's time for the halftime report on the Indiana Sports Network.
And welcome back to Terre Haute, Indiana, at Hulbert Arena on the campus of Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology. Bluffton started out with an 8-0 run to open the ball game. They've had a lead the entire first half, but that lead's been cut to 2 by Rose-Hulman here late in the first half.
You know, it seemed like with that 8-0 run being, the first couple of minutes, and then in the last 17, 18 minutes, they've only scored 16 points. I mean, it's just the shooting woes that have been on display in this basketball game. Bluffton, if they were knocking down shots, seems like they could be up 25. Rose, if they were knocking down shots, seemed like they could be up 25. If either team could hit a shot, but in the second half, you know how it always happens. One team starts knocking it down, the other team starts matching. I wouldn't be surprised if both these teams score 40 points in the second half.
It is basketball, you never know. Field goal shooting percentage, Bluffton 32% from the floor, Rose-Hulman 26. Yeah. You shoot 26% and you're only down 2. You're going at halftime saying, hey, fellas, just make a couple easy ones and we'll be right back in this one.
And that's a Rose team that normally shoots around 48, 49%. Rose shoots the ball very, very well, but today it's just not going down.
Statistically, Andrew Renner for Bluffton shooting, he has 10 points and he's 4 for 6 from the floor. Everybody else for Bluffton's really struggling from the floor. Pollock, though, coming off the bench, or excuse me, he's a starter right now. The freshman has 6 points. He's hit 2 out of 4 from three-point range. That's the only shots he's taken, but everybody else is missing shots, so nobody's confident in what they're doing. Same thing for Rose-Hulman. If you're looking at it, McGee with 5 points. So the leading scorer for Rose-Hulman has 5 in the first half, and it is McGee. He has 8 rebounds, though. So 23 rebounds for Rose-Hulman, and Craig McGee with 8 of them.
And so many of those coming around the defensive boards as he's able to grab that ball and go. You look at Renner on the other side. He's got the 10 points, but he's got 9 rebounds. I mean, these guards are rebounding the ball like nobody's business. Both of these guys are going to have at least a double-double in a basketball game in the first probably few minutes of the second half. You know, McGee will start scoring a little more. But so many rebounds to be had because unfortunately a
lot of missed shots.
Are just not good. And both teams are getting really good looks.
Yeah.
Defense is playing okay, but you're getting more good looks than you are defensive rotation. But guys, there's some days we're just not making shots. But credit to both of these ball clubs. They're still fighting and hustling. Neither one of them are hanging their heads and giving up or anything like that. It's just got to understand that's the way a ball bounces sometimes.
Well, it really is. There's really not a whole lot of difference statistically off of this, except for bench points. Rose-Hulman in bench points has 12-0 over Bluffton. So the bench is scoring for Rose-Hulman, but the starters aren't. And if you look at the other way, the starters are scoring, but the bench isn't. And nobody's really scoring that much. It's 24-22 here at the end of the first half. You're looking at some other, statistics are not necessary. They're just bad on both teams. It's one of those games where the will to win is going to determine who's going to win this ball game.
One thing that I saw was Rose-Hulman, 6, and that's not a lot, but 6 fast break points in that first half for Rose-Hulman. That I thought was huge. I really feel that they need to push the pace a little bit. Didn't have any fast break points in their loss at Franklin. So them push the pace, trying to get out in transition, at least probing to see what they can get early is really big for Rose-Hulman.
Well, when you're looking at this one, you're looking at the second half. Somebody's going to get hot and win the ball game.
Absolutely.
And you just don't know which group is going to be, and you're kind of scared. We know that the Bluffton guards have always been able to shoot the ball well, especially with Renner. He's got 10 in the first half. But for Rose-Hulman, if McGee catches fire, or any of the other players that we've had that have come on the bench, that have off the bench that have done pretty well, then it's going to be Rose-Hulman's ball game. This is a pivotal game, as we've said before, for both of these teams.
It shows, too.
It does.
They look tight.
They're both so tight because they know this one means an awful lot to both of them. Defense, though, we haven't talked much. Most of the time, the defense has caused some problems.
They have, and both teams are, switching. They're double teaming the post. You're seeing that on both teams. A lot of times, ball goes in the post, and you see 2 guys around him who can rotate out of that and swing the ball, look for an open shot. Hasn't really happened all that well. You're seeing some good switching on screens. You're seeing some guys, they know the scout report, for example, if you're looking at Renner and he gets a screen, you got to go over the top of that versus going under. So the scout report is being followed for the most part. You're seeing some open shots, but the defense for both teams, I'd give them about a B, B- for both teams. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, they're just playing hard. I mean, the big key for both of them, they play extremely hard. from a defensive standpoint, but somebody's going to have to shoot and make some shots. They've had open looks. The offense for both teams has run how they've wanted it to run. They just haven't scored the basketball. And with that being said, we're going to take a chance to score for ourselves as we have a commercial break. We're here in the middle of the halftime report on Indiana Sports Network.
It's employee pricing for everyone at York Chevy Buick on US Highway 40 in Brazil. Our Christmas gift to you is 2019 Silverados up to $12,000 off. Buick Encore, $99 a month. Equinoxes as low as $169 per month. And Chevy Trax as low as $99 per month. On US Highway 40 in Brazil, where we're not number one, you are.
We're not number one.
You are.
You're number one at York.
A to Z Construction performs free inspections and free estimates. A to Z welcomes all insurance work, specializing in all roofing systems, plus performing all other aspects of construction and remodeling. A to Z Construction is your Greater Wabash Valley roofing company. Call Shannon Combs for your free roofing inspection today. A to Z Construction, building the future together.
Car Hop Classic for just $2.99 is the perfect 1-2 punch of flavor and value.
Time, that.
You need a trainer to help you eat the burger?
Hey, stay out of this.
Don't get in my head, man. There's barely room for me in there.
Hurry in and try quarter-pound double cheeseburger or crispy tender sandwich plus tots for $2.99.
You're watching Rose-Hulman men's basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
We said we'd have a good ball game. We do. It's the two teams that are probably closest aligned in the conference right now, record-wise, and they're both fighting it out on the court. 2-point Bluffton lead right now at half, 24-22. And Walt, what do both of these teams need to do to pull out a victory here in the second half?
I don't want to make it seem so simple, but knock down shots. I mean, I think both of these teams have had a multitude of opportunities, whether it be around the basket. Isaiah Taylor, he had 2 or 3 really good looks around the basket, not go down. Vuk Juric has had 2 really good chances around the basket, couldn't get those to go down. Rose-Hulman has tried to force feed the post. Then they kind of went away with that and said, okay, let's regroup and start to play with our perimeter guys. Max Chaplin can't get a shot to go down. Salmon Brent, so there's guys that unfortunately can't knock it down at this point, but I do think that both teams will start hitting some shots in the second half. John Zarnicki, I thought, was huge for the Engineers in that stretch. He played in the first half. That young man collected about 4 or 5 rebounds, had 4 points. Big John was huge for us in the first half. But everything for Bluffton is going to run through Andrew Renner. Isaiah Taylor's not going to shoot the ball unless it's around the basket. Renner will shoot it from anywhere. But I really look at Ronnie James. He's been a reluctant shooter. At some point, you got to shoot the ball, young man. If you're out on the floor and teams are giving you 5 to 7 feet, unless you can get by and go to the basket, he's got to shoot the ball, even if he makes 1. That's going to open things up, I think, for Bluffton a little bit. I look for Ronnie James to shoot the ball a little bit more than what he has in the first half.
Well, I think the big key for Bluffton's not going to be him. It's going to be the Desmond Brown. Brown averaging 10.4 a game, and he has 3 points. He's 1 of 6 from the floor, and he's really kind of been stymied in what he's done, and I think part of that's just been the guard pressure by Rose-Hulman.
Bigger guard.
On the other hand, McGee is underneath his basic average, not too far, but he's under his average, and if you look, realistically, nobody's on their average scoring-wise except for Renner, who consistently plays well. He's 4 for 6 from the floor, 9 rebounds. You can't ask for more than that from a guard that's actually running things for your program. And for Rose-Hulman, Michael Lake, if he can knock down a couple shots in the second half, would be huge for Rose-Hulman. With that opportunity, we're going to pause, take a break. We'll be right back with the start here of the second half. You're watching Rose-Hulman basketball on Indiana Sports Network.
We were choosing colors for the house, and I stopped and looked at Mike and said, We're really doing this, aren't we? The process was challenging, but Riddell was there for us every step of the way. The mortgage, closing, they eased our stress. It made sense when Mike said,
"We're really doing this."
Mortgage loans made easy from Riddell. Making friends since 1885.
It could be anyone. The star student, the all-state athlete. I never thought it could happen to me, that I could lose everything. I found help, I found hope, I found recovery. I regained something lost.
Everybody clap your hands. Cha-cha now, yo. Turn it out. Oh, yeah. Cha-cha, real smooth.
You're watching Rose-Hulman men's basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
Ready to start this second half as the buzzer's about ready to go. Both teams have gathered in front of their benches, and you can hear the pep band. It's loud and proud today as a lot of the students are looking for that study break. They're dressed up. I've seen groups in different colors. I've seen posters and banners and all kinds of fun stuff as they're having a great time here at Rose-Hulman, the #1 engineering school in the country, and these kids need that study break. What do you think?
I totally agree. They're letting their hair down, literally.
They're having a great time here.
Yeah.
And the basketball team needs to have one here in the second half. They trail Bluffton by 2, and the Beavers have the basketball.
Big 20 minutes here, Herb.
Three-point shot outside by Pollock, and he's been perfect on the night. He's just a really nice job by the freshman.
Wide open.
McGee to Lake, and they lost it out of bounds as Back lost it. And that's not the way they wanted to start out. It's a 5-point lead for the Beavers.
Can't let them get separation early in the second half.
Again, Bluffton with the ball. Renner down low. Kick out. Taylor's going to take a shot. He hits one.
Shut my mouth. I said he won't shoot outside at 10. Look at that from 17 on the baseline.
They were begging him to shoot it, and he knocks it down.
Begging him to shoot it again, Herb.
Back with the basketball to Hicks. Terry looking at it. Back trying to get it over, and does to McGee. McGee looking to feed inside. Kicks it out. Jacob back. Cross court to Lake. Michael. Step back three. Puts it up and in. There's the shot he's missed in the first half. He was 0 for 5 in that first half, and he hits that one, nails it.
And that was good defense by Desmond Brown also.
29-25. Bluffton with the lead. Renner gives it up to Pollock. Back outside. It's Brown. Taylor to Renner, who drives, and he's got the offensive foul. Great play inside by Craig McGee.
Right when he turned that corner, McGee saw it and stepped in for that charge. He's going to go the other way with an opportunity to bring this to a 1 deficit disadvantage.
The Union Center for Sports Medicine is proud to be the official sports medicine provider for Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology. And we'll talk about those doctors that they have, and the trainers do a nice job at Union Center for Sports Medicine. Combs, they're looking for him inside. They feed him low on the baseline. Backs him down, little short hook knocked away, and rebound comes out. It's Brown. Back out to James.
Travel.
There's a pump fake, and that was an easy travel, and they just missed the whole thing. Cross court to run from Ronnie James to Brown. He puts a shot up, can't get it, tipped around and outside. Ronnie James now down inside to Brown. They had a mismatch there, and look, you got the big guys on the little ones right now. Feed inside. Taylor off the baseline. Brown step back three, can't get it. Rebound for James, and he won't shoot the bunny.
Goodness. Smallest guy on the floor gets the offensive board.
Renner just took that one and back just nails it out of bounds.
Nice little weak side block as Jacob back size that up. I agree with you. Ronnie James would have been nice to see him shoot the ball right there. He had the offensive rebound on the right block.
Sambit Ram into the lineup for Rose-Hulman. Renner, I thought he was going to turn and put that one up. Inside, Taylor mismatched, and he lays it in the hole.
He faked that screen and then rolled right to the basket. And great pass right to him.
Cross-court Lake with the drive, kicks it to back, and they'll set it up. Ram, if he looks at it, goes to drive, and he'll get Taylor on the foul.
Get the mismatch right there. Whoever uses athletic ability and see if Taylor can move his feet laterally. He could not right there. Picks up foul number 2. That's huge right there. If we can get that young man in foul trouble.
Rose-Hulman basketball. Back outside. McGee looking for Lake. Curl. Ram. Under 10 on that shot clock. Down to 6. And they're going to call a hold.
Got bailed out there.
And it goes on Renner.
Wow.
No, it isn't. I'm sorry. It's on number 3. And that's on Ronnie James on the cut through. He pointed down, backdoor cut, screen the screener, and they got Michael Lake for the bunny.
And that's a big bucket right there for Lake as he was able to spring free on that out-of-bounds play.
Working the weave out front. Bluffton's guards, they've opened up the post, and they're trying to get the backdoor cuts going as well. Ronnie James to Pollock. Brown with it. Kick back out. There's James. He's going to drive. He won't shoot it. They give it up, and Sambit Ram ends up with his hands on it. It's tipped away by McGee. Combs with that screen. McGee drives, shoots, and scores. Craig McGee, it's now a 2-point game.
Here come the Engineers.
Surge by the Fighting Engineers. And the lead's been cut to 2. Pollock looking inside. They've got Renner on the post, and they didn't feed him.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, really nice play, and Renner with another assist as he sticks it down inside to Isaiah Taylor.
The spacing, Herb, was so wonderfully placed there that those passes were easy to create. Good drive.
Ram with the floater, can't get it to go. And what a fight. Back doesn't get it, but he had his hands on the basketball. Renner. Pollock gives it up to Taylor, back out, and he won't shoot it. Ronnie runs the offense really well. Ronnie James does, but he's not going to shoot the basketball very much at all. Turn around, fade away, sticks it in your face by Renner. Andrew Renner, the senior. Looking inside, they've got it in to back. He's going to back him down, pivot. Shot up, he gets it blocked, rebound, and put up by Combs. He scores.
The best thing about that was the offensive rebound, because the back to the basket game that's not who we are, to be honest with you.
Timeouts called by Bluffton. We'll take one as well. A 4-point lead for the Beavers as we return for more on Indiana Sports Network.
At Lynn's Pharmacy, we're more than just your pharmacist. We're your neighbors.
Our kids go to the same schools. We eat at the same restaurants.
We sit next to you in church.
When I listen to a symptom.
When I fill a prescription.
When I offer advice, I'm not just helping a customer. I'm helping my neighbor and a friend. My name is Lynn Hofstadter, and I'm the proud owner of Lynn's Pharmacy, a modern pharmacy with old-fashioned values and personal service dedicated to keeping you, your family, and our community healthy since 1872.
Here at Lynn's Pharmacy, downtown Brazil.
You're watching Rose-Hulman men's basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
And you can see the pyramid being built by Rose-Hulman's cheerleaders. Folks, the Union Center for Sports Medicine is proud to be the official sports medicine provider for Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology. The certified athletic trainer for the Fighting Engineers is Scott Keller. Samira Bavishi, MD, and Jerry Palmer, MD, from the Union Medical Group serve as the team doctors. Union Health, caring for Rose-Hulman athletes. Bluffton called that timeout, and again, they didn't like what they were getting offensively, and I think a little bit defensively as well. Substitutions in, they're going to try to give McGee a little bit of a break using the timeout as well. Brown with the pump fake, he'll pull up from 10, doesn't get it, and the rebound comes out to the big freshman, Jurek. With a basketball, Max Chaplin. They're going to feed the ball in low. Big John Zarnecki. Zarnecki drives, pivot, little jump hook, got it up, and just got fouled. He'll go to the line.
I'd love to place a limit on the number of dribbles for our postmen. If you're exceeding 3 dribbles, it's time to kick that ball to the corner because it ain't happening. That time he got bailed out with the foul, going to get some free throws.
I really like the way they isolated him that time. Yeah. Hey, we want to thank our sponsors for today's game. A to Z Construction, Hamilton Center, Lynn's Pharmacy, Refreshment Services and Pepsi, Riddell National Bank, Sonic Drive-Ins, Union Health, and York Automotive. The transportation for Indiana Sports Network is provided by York Automotive with locations in Brazil, Greencastle, and Crawfordsville. Lead's been cut to 2 by the 2 free throws. It's 35-33. Bluffton with the basketball. Brown outside gives it up to James. Renner working hard. James again trying to do something. Well, they're going to back off and try to get him to score it. Into the ballgame, A.J. Kenny had his hands on it. They'll set it up. Renner with 10 seconds. Backdoor cut, a beautiful one. And scored is Zeddy Pollock, the junior from Mogador, Ohio.
Pollock lifted Zarnecki, and Zarnecki had no idea that the ball was coming. Beautiful backdoor.
There's another backdoor, and Samvit Ram gets his. Nice play, Chaplin on the assist.
Samvit with some beautiful minutes here in this game has been putting a couple of really good games together for Rusty Lloyd.
And there's an offensive screen as a big hit by A.J. Kenny will cause that freshman to have the foul. Into the ball game for Bluffton is Jared Kennard. That's the sophomore. 2 of the Kennard brothers.
Make it sound like they're like trainer. I'm joking here. Yeah, like I don't want to say that. I do, but it's kind of funny.
I know. I got you. Here we go. Lake with a basketball, working off the screen on the outside by Vuk. Samvit Ram. Ram off the screen, high by Zarnecki. They'll give the big fella the ball in the post. He's going to take it down in there, gets pivoted, puts it up, doesn't get it. Rebound comes out, and a big one for Renard. Renard 4-3, clear outside, doesn't get it, and a rebound comes out to Vuk.
Vuk rebounds the ball at an extremely high rate. If he's around the ball, it's a really good chance he's coming down with it.
Vuk Jurek with that big board, screen and roll. Put it up, Big John. He'll pivot, puts it up. Does he get it? No. Rebound to Vuk. He gets it up and scores. Vuk Jurek scores. He'll tie the ball game.
You know, I'm yelling at John because the ball was leading him toward the basket. His momentum was leading him toward the basket, and then he stopped. All he had to do was continue his momentum and go straight up toward the basket. Doesn't matter because Jurich was able to score it and get a chance for the free throws. The score is tied for the first time in a long time.
Since the 0-0 mark and when we tossed it up, Vuk Jurek has a chance to put Rose-Hulman in the lead and does for the first time in the ball game. Rose-Hulman is in the lead, 38-37. Ronnie James, he'll run the offense, gives it up to Brown. Pollock, who's hit a couple big shots. He'll pull it back out. James trying to work one-on-one, and he'll pull it out. Pollock on the drive, kick out. James for 3. Does he get one? No. Tipped around, and rebound comes out to Vuk Jurek.
That's what he's
Chaplin,
though.
Chaplin working off of the screen up top, pulls around. Had a backdoor potential cut. Lake with the ball. Ram. Sandvik from 18. Got it.
He stepped right in at a beautiful screen by Vuk, and Sandvik stepped right into that mid-range jumper.
Rose-Hulman in the lead by 3. You can hear Rusty Lloyd in the background screaming at his boys, imploring them to really get after it defensively. Renner.
Defensive possession here.
Renner kicks it out. James missed that 3. He won't take another one. Brown, and they're going to call a hold on the low post by Vuk Jurek. Bails him out in the shot clock.
That's tough right there. The last 7 seconds, you don't want to get called for that foul right there. Kind of maybe tugging on jerseys. I don't know what the call was there, but get tangled in with Isaiah Taylor.
McGee into the ball game. Lake and Ram will take a seat, and Sandvik Ram had some really good minutes there. Callahan replaces him. Oh, potential travel there, and he's backing him down. Taylor gets it up and in. Leads cut to 1.
Vuk had no idea which way he was going. He had his head spinning there. You could tell that was going to be a bucket. Just the senior putting the freshman into the work.
McGee lays it up, gets hit. Nothing. Callahan back outside. Chaplin with the drive, and he'll get fouled. He'll go to the line to shoot 2.
How about this is the 7th team foul already for Bluffton. Engineers going to the line a lot, or should, over the next 11 minutes and 12 seconds.
That's because they're taking the ball hard to the rack and forcing contact, and they've had that opportunity. We've already been to the line 2 times in this one.
Interesting note, Herb, in the Rose's last game at Franklin, the 66-68 loss, Rose-Hulman only attempted 5 free throws the entire game, by far their season low. I don't know how they only got 5 free throw attempts.
Chaplin misses the second one's missed and tipped out, and a real nice job by Combs. McGee crossover, he'll take it to the basket, had an open look. We'll do it one more time. Pulls back, 2-pointer, can't get it to go, and the rebound comes out to Bluffton. Renner potentially walked on that one. James back to Renner, and Callahan's drawn Renner now. And that's the only thing he's worried about, is playing defense on a young man. And there's a body by McGee, and he got him pretty good.
That was a silly foul because he's not looking to score the ball. He's going to facilitate the offense. So I didn't really like that foul there. And I do agree with what you said about Callahan. Got to stay with Renner. Do you help off at all? I don't think
so. No. You only worry about that young man scoring. There he is. Turn around. That's the one he didn't take early in this one. And the rebound comes out to Brown.
Got a couple of really good screens to free him up for that shot. Just didn't knock it down.
Brown back out. It's Renner. Callahan trying to keep him out of the way from the basket. With the body on the inside, they're going to call the offensive foul. They say he used his elbow on the shot, on the follow. Chaplin got hit with it, and Rose-Hulman will end up with a basketball. 8th team foul, although that's a non-shooting foul because it was an offensive player control.
It's unfortunate because I didn't think he really needed to do that. I thought he could have gone over Max Chaplin. He had a pretty good position there.
Rose-Hulman 2-point lead, 41-39, and the basketball. Looking inside, they got him. Inside, puts it up and in, does Eli Combs. Assist goes to McGee.
That's the second or third time we run that this half. That worked for perfection.
Timeout Bluffton, a 4-point lead for Rose-Hulman, and we'll return for more from Terre Haute.
A to Z Construction performs free inspections and free estimates. A to Z welcomes all insurance work, specializing in all roofing systems, plus performing all other aspects of construction and remodeling. A to Z Construction is your Greater Wabash Valley roofing company. Call Shannon Combs for your free roofing inspection today. A to Z Construction, building the future together.
We were choosing colors for the house, and I stopped and looked at Mike and said, "We're really doing this, aren't we?" The process was challenging, but Riddell was there for us every step of the way. The mortgage, closing, they eased our stress. It made sense when Mike said,
"We're really doing this."
Mortgage loans made easy from Riddell. Making friends since 1885.
You're watching Rose-Hulman men's basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
Big change in how Rose-Hulman is scoring the basketball, as the shooting percentage for both of these teams has gone way up. Bluffton now team-wise for the game at 38%, Rose-Hulman at 36%, and you can tell if you're shooting 22% in the first half or 26% in the first half, you've raised it 10 percentage points here, and we're midway through the second half. Big difference for both of these teams shooting the basketball.
Rose-Hulman's bench still paying dividends, 22-0 bench scoring by Rose-Hulman.
Renner off the screen, Renner tolls it around, and Andrew Renner is the player of the game right now, although they trail by 2.
What a smooth stroke that young man has. Oh.
We saw that happen on multiple occasions when he's been here in the past, even when he was a freshman. Chaplin for 3, can't get it to go. He had an open look. Brown with the rebound for Bluffton. Renner again with the basketball. Almost stolen away, and they're on him. Doesn't get to shoot that one when you get double teamed. Brown looking for that backdoor cut from Renner, doesn't get it. With the drive, kick out, open look for Pollock, can't get it. Rebound to Big John Zarnecki.
Zarnecki now with the 7th rebound of the game.
Off the screen, McGee can't get it to go. Rebound comes up, and who else but Renner? Brown. Taylor on the baseline. He'll try to go baseline on Zarnecki. Puts it up, doesn't get it, and Zarnecki alters the shot, gets the rebound. McGee could have pulled that one right up.
Man, I would love to see Max get to that quarter.
McGee drives, kickoff, and Combs for the basket.
Combs was just being right there at the right space at the right time. He's got 9 points. Still nobody in double figures for Rose-Hulman.
Taylor looking for that backdoor cut and a good sag defense. Renner down inside, triple team, loose ball picked up by McGee. They've got numbers if they can take them. Feed inside Zarnecki for 2, and McGee on another assist.
Once again, fast break points. Rose-Hulman getting out in transition. Early offense.
Timeout, Bluffton. Rose-Hulman jumps out to a 6-point lead. 47-41. We'll return for more here on Indiana Sports Network.
Everybody clap your hands. Cha-cha now, y'all. Turn it out. Oh, yeah. Cha-cha, real smooth.
It could be anyone. The star student. The all-state athlete. I never thought it could happen to me, that I could lose everything. I found help, I found hope, I found recovery. I regained something lost.
You're watching Rose-Hulman men's basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
And welcome back to Rose-Hulman. 47-41, the Fighting Engineers have broken out to a 6-point lead, found themselves trailing the entire first half, and even found themselves down by 7 here in the second half, and then all of a sudden they've battled all the way back. They're up with a 6-point lead with 8:09 left to go here in the ball game. Renner to Brown. Solid defense by Rose-Hulman. They've really done a nice job in forcing the ball out of Renner's hands. They're going to call the foul on Chaplin from the back. He probably should have just kept on going.
Yeah, I thought he would travel, but I think Max must have pushed him to make it lose his pivot foot. So
potential loose ball, and he just held up and ran through his back. And if he'd have gone all the way around the front, probably caused him all kinds of grief. Taylor looking to do something with it. Looking at back door cut and can't get it going through. Pollock back outside to Renner. Taylor to Renner. Here comes Renner with the drive. He'll go up, and it's altered, but good. What a shot.
16 points for Renner on 7 for 12 shooting now. That young man is a tough cover.
Lake off Combs screen. Chaplin, McGee. McGee. Lake and Chaplin trying to get the ball in a good shooting position. Crossed up, Michael Lake for three, open in a corner, got it. And Lake now has found the range, and Rose-Hulman by 7.
Michael Lake now 2
and a
5.
moving screen by James will turn the ball over. Rose-Hulman will get it again.
That's going to be his third, I do believe. Second, the moving screen, matter of fact. Oh, Ronnie James, I'm sorry.
It is his third foul.
Okay, yeah.
So the third foul into the ball game is Vuk Juric. And Vuk really has played some great minutes here, especially in the second half. Put Rose-Hulman in the lead early in the second half by his inside play. Combs back outside to McGee, and he'll set the offense.
Love to see him and Zarnecki.
Off the screen, McGee with the drive, shot. They're going to call the offense. Whoa. That's an interesting call. It's an offensive foul, but he signaled the wrong way at the start.
He did. And you can see the player slipping. I don't know who it was that drew the charge, but I saw him. You could see that as soon as Craig started to make his move, he was going all the way to the basket. Great job for the Bluffton player to slip in, take that charge as an easy call. Another turnover by Rose.
Ronnie James with the basketball, setting it up. He's got an open look for Renner. He didn't take it. As they're trying to set it up a little different. They're trying to put the ball inside.
Vuk is battling really hard on that post touch.
With the drive, James kick out to Pollock. He'll put the shot up. No good. Rebound comes out. A great block out by Chaplin.
That ball just barely rimmed out.
Lake, he's feeling it. With the shot, it's tipped around, and Rose-Hulman ends up with the basketball. 17 on the shot clock. Vucic inside, Combs gets up and he's fouled.
I'm going to tell you what, that was a great pass. You looked like Vuk was going to come out and set that screen. He slipped to the basket, got the pass, and sent it over to Combs. That was a great look and great team interior passing.
Really nice job, and you can credit Vuk Juric, the freshman 6'7" from Chicago, Illinois, and at the line is number 40, Eli Combs. He's a senior, 6'5" from Bloomfield, just down the road here in Indiana.
Had a Hall of Fame coach down there in Bloomfield. Was taught a thing or two.
He sure has, and he's got some ball players playing a 9-point lead, the largest of the game for Rose-Hulman. 52-43. Ronnie James kicks it out to Pollock. And all of a sudden, that momentum just went Rose-Hulman's way for the last 5 minutes. Looking for that lob inside. They're trying to get it to Taylor. They can't do it. Renner back out there. Now they got it to Taylor, and he's going to have to square up on.
Oh, come on.
He's going to have to square up on Vuk. And Vuk Juric just got called for a foul.
You got two big boys down there battling, and you call that? Oh,
and that elbow just pinned him, and he didn't get the call.
Let him play. Let them big boys battle and wrestle around a little bit.
Kick inside. Renner, you say but here comes Zarnecki with a huge rebound, and Big John is doing it again right now.
Every time the ball hits Renner's hands, you think it's going in.
7th offensive rebound for Zarnecki. With it, McGee, feet inside, Zarnecki puts it up and in. Another assist for McGee and an easy layup for Zarnecki.
That time, he did not stop with momentum. He went straight up with it.
Brown. They've got Taylor on the post. They're waiting for Ronnie James to shoot. Oh, we got him right there. And there is a huge hit and no call. They got the bucket. Taylor scores it. Leads down to 9.
Somebody going to need to check Max for whiplash.
Chaplin, Lake, and McGee. McGee, pull up from 10. Got it. Craig McGee.
He's now got 9 points to go along with his 9 rebounds and 7 assists.
Getting close to the double-double. 4:33 left to go in the ball game. Pollock back out to James, cross to Brown, almost taken away. He'll put it up, puts it up and in.
Combs to be glad he didn't get called for a foul swat down like that.
I'm just saying nobody's going to get called for fouls right now. They're letting them play big time.
but they just called Jurich on that ghost foul a little bit ago. He's got to be like, man, what I got to do to get a call? I'm just a freshman, but come on.
McGee crossover, puts it up and in. And timeout, Rose-Hulman, an 11-point lead. And Rusty Lloyd will set him over on the bench and talk him through this one. We'll return for more here on Indiana Sports Network.
At Lynn's Pharmacy, we're more than just your pharmacist. We're your neighbors.
Our kids go to the same schools. We eat at the same restaurants.
We sit next to you in church.
When I listen to a symptom.
When I fill a prescription.
When I offer advice, I'm not just helping a customer. I'm helping my neighbor and a friend. My name is Lynn Hofstetter, and I'm the proud owner of Lynn's Pharmacy, a modern pharmacy with old-fashioned values and personal service, dedicated to keeping you, your family, and our community healthy since 1872.
Here at Lynn's Pharmacy, downtown Brazil.
Watching Rose-Hulman men's basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
11-point lead, 58-47. Folks, we want to thank the Union Center for Sports Medicine. They're a proud sponsor, the official sports medicine provider for Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology. The certified athletic trainer for the Fighting Engineers is Scott Keller. Samir Bavishi, MD, and Jerry Palmer, MD, from the Union Medical Group serve as team doctors. Union Health, caring for Rose-Hulman athletes. 11-point lead, Bluffton with the basketball. Big change from the first half. Both teams are shooting better, but Rose-Hulman is on fire, and the defense for the Fighting Engineers just took another one away.
For the first time all game, both teams are shooting above or at least 40%.
Zarnecki backs down, potential. McGee for three. Will Zarnecki get it? No, but he tips it to Combs, loses it on the floor, and going down and getting it is who else? Renner.
He's everywhere.
He is. There's like three of them playing out there. Ronnie James, Pollock, Brown, trying to get the ball to Renner, and Michael Lake's drawn the assignment here at this part of the ball game. Brown goes to drive, pulls up, a little fade away, can't get it to go. Rebound to Zarnecki.
Zarnecki now with a double-double, 10 points, 10 rebounds.
McGee turns the corner, pulls up. Thought he would have gone on that one. He had a chance to go. Chaplin with the drive, shot, and he'll go for it. They got the block. They said he was in the circle.
Yeah,
that's the only reason he got one. Pollock will end up with a foul, and Chaplin will go to the line.
Max getting some late minutes here. It's closing minutes here for the freshman. A hard dribble drive by Chaplin is going to result in a couple of free throws. A very good free throw shooter is this freshman from Rebuff High School.
We want to thank our sponsors for today's game, A to Z Construction, the Hamilton Center, Lynn's Pharmacy, Refreshment Services and Pepsi, Riddell National Bank, Sonic Drive-In, Union Health, York Automotive. Our transportation for Indiana Sports Network is provided by York Automotive with locations in Brazil, Greencastle, and Crawfordsville. The lead is up to 13, largest of the game with 2:44 left to go here in this one.
Does Bluffton have one more push?
Well, if they do, they're going to have to hit some threes to do it, and right now they're not getting any looks. Renner for two, got it.
Goodness gracious. Michael Lake doing everything he can coming off that. Here comes the pressure in the backcourt.
2-2-1. Cross-court, bad pass, but picked up by Lake. McGee with the drive, shot, and he got blocked, and he'll go to the line for two.
Boy, that's a dangerous situation there when you have that long cross-court pass there. I just, saw
nobody's in the middle.
Right there.
All he had to do was step in front of him in the middle. It makes it an easy pass and an easy 2-on-1, but it's tough. You usually don't see a lot of pressure in college. That's why the teams, when they do it, sometimes it looks ugly the first one or two times down the floor, simply because they don't get the chance to see it all the time.
I'm not surprised that we saw it in this situation, maybe a couple possessions too late, if you will, but we'll see if it pays dividends. Well, they get no points on this possession, so we'll say it works.
Just like a defensive stop, Ronnie James will start the offense, gives it up to Brown. Off of the screen by Taylor. Brown looks down. Taylor from 10. Nope, they'll pull it up. They're just saying, James, take the shot. He won't do it. Oh, and he throws it over the top. Zarnecki with the steal.
He's got to take that shot, Herb. If you're going to be in there the last 2 minutes, you've got to take that shot. If not, sub him out for somebody that will.
McGee to Lake. He won't do it. They're just going to pull out and run some clock. McGee, Lake. Off the screen, Chaplin. Now it's McGee's time with 10 seconds. Off the screen, pull up, crossover, he'll run, can't get it. Rebound comes out, and McGee races down and picks it up.
How bad do you want it, Herb?
McGee wants it right now. He's not scored a lot of points. He only has 11, usually 18. Make it 13 as he cans that one, and a 13-point lead for Rose-Hulman.
You talked about this game is going to go, you said it earlier, it's going to go to the team that wants it more, and that was a huge offensive rebound.
McGee with good pressure defense on Brown. He misses the shot, and Craig McGee's going to walk this thing up.
Yep.
Just got to be careful he gets it over the 10-second line here. Late. Chaplin, and they've used Max a bunch in this one, and he's really played pretty well. Hasn't caused any issues or turnovers.
Handles the ball well, another free throw shooter late. Are you surprised Bluffton's not fouling to try to make this
Combs for three, got it. Eli Combs. And it's a 16-point lead, and there's a quick foul.
For what reason?
Sub.
Well, the sub wasn't there.
Well, he called for it. Coach called for the foul.
I know that, but then I'm like, what are you fouling for if you're not going to sub anybody in? There's nobody there. Like, good grief.
Callahan comes into the ball game. Chaplin will take the seat.
But
Brown kicks out to Pollock. Ronnie James, they'll kick it on the inside to the older or younger Pollock, and he can't do anything with it. Brown for three, doesn't get it. Rebound comes out off of McGee's back, and it was just tipped out. 20 seconds on the shot clock.
I'm just surprised Bluffton went quietly into the night, Herb. I just thought a couple possessions ago, after they got the score, they got the 2 minutes free throws. They didn't score after that, but then they didn't foul. Just surprised me.
No one responded for Bluffton the way they're capable of.
No.
Brown scores, cuts the lead to 14 with 10 seconds to go in the ball game. They'll run this one out. They'll give it to McGee. He'll stand with it at midcourt, and that'll be the ball game. Rose-Hulman will end up with another win. They sweep the series between Bluffton with a 14-point win this afternoon, 65-51. They won by 15 in the previous game. You're going to watch the team for Rose-Hulman as they'll come off of this one. A huge win for the Fighting Engineers as they put themselves in a much better position. They'll be in at least 6th place and have a chance to get in that conference tournament. They came into the ball game with 3 straight losses, a tough situation. They responded well in the second half and pull away with a 14-point win over the visiting Bluffton Beavers. The applause goes to the crowd. We'll have all kinds of festivities in between ball games here. We're going to keep this one here after we do a short break. And again, they thank the student body for showing up, Coach Rusty Lloyd and everybody else. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back, and we'll come back with the Breast Cancer Awareness Day for the women's game, and there are a lot of people. You can see them in pink up in the stands. All those people will be announced. Have a really nice program for you. Stay tuned to hear for more on Indiana Sports Network.
A to Z Construction performs free inspections and free estimates. A to Z welcomes all insurance work, specializing in all roofing systems, plus performing all other aspects of construction and remodeling. A to Z Construction is your Greater Wabash Valley roofing company. Call Shannon Combs for your free roofing inspection today. A to Z Construction, building the future together.
We were choosing colors for the house, and I stopped and looked at Mike and said, "We're really doing this, aren't we?" The process was challenging. But Riddell was there for us every step of the way. The mortgage, closing, they eased our stress. It made sense when Mike said,
"We're really doing this."
Mortgage loans made easy from Riddell. Making friends since 1885.
Everybody clap your hands. Cha-cha now, y'all. Turn it out. Oh, yeah. Cha-cha, real smooth.
You're watching Rose-Hulman men's basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
And welcome back for the postgame. 65-51. What a tremendous ball game by Rose-Hulman in the second half. We said if somebody caught fire, they're going to win this one going away, and it was Rose-Hulman.
It really was, and both teams started to shoot the ball a little bit better, but boy, that Rose bench outscored Bluffton 28-0. You talked about it at the beginning in the pregame show that for Bluffton, the Beavers are scoring double figures. Only 2 of them are starters. That means 2 of them come off the bench. Those 2 guys did not score a point. So Rose-Hulman defense doing a good job in that regards. Also, 8-2 fast break points. Rose-Hulman has got out in transition, played a little faster pace, and got a huge victory.
And it wasn't all by Craig McGee, although he had 13. Eli Combs ends up being the leading scorer, and that hasn't happened a lot this season for Rose-Hulman, as Eli Combs ends up with 14 points. Going down scoring-wise for Rose-Hulman, Lake with 8, McGee 13, Hicks with 2, Combs 14, Callahan with 2, Ram 5, Chaplin 6, Wirtz 2, Zarnecki 10 off the bench, and Jurich with 3 points, again off the bench, and his were huge because it allowed Rose-Hulman to actually take a lead in the process of this one. Jacob backplayed, didn't score for Rose-Hulman, so a huge opportunity. Everybody that's playing for Rose-Hulman got involved in the scoring column. That can't be said for Bluffton, as only starters had scored at the end of the first half, and that's the way it ended up for the game. Their starters scoring, James with 3, Renner had 18, he was 8 of 14, and 13 rebounds. What a tremendous ball game, but they go down in defeat. Brown with 7, Pollock 11, Taylor with 12, Rich, Kennard, and Kenny all played and did not score. Leading rebounder for Rose-Hulman, if you're looking at it, 10 rebounds for both John Zarnecki, who came off the bench, so Zarnecki with a double-double, and also Craig McGee with another double-double. He had 8 assists as well, which is a half of an assist basically above his average. So another really close game for Craig McGee to getting that famed triple-double. He had a great ball game.
He really did. A young man's going to break the school record in assists. Maybe at the end of this season, beginning of next season, he'll be #1 assist man in his high school and #1 assist man in his college before this is all said and done. But like you talked about, a multitude of guys stepping in today, making things happen. Big bench minutes by Sambit Ram, John Zarnecki, and Boop Jurich. Doing a great job off the bench with the production, and some of those guys in limited minutes. Great production.
Well, I'm going to put Max Chaplin in there too, down the stretch. Handled the ball, handled the pressure really well. For Rose-Hulman, they improved their conference record to 5-5. Bluffton's conference record falls to 4-6, and that's the space they need, hopefully, to get in that conference tournament. They play well enough. You never know what's going to happen when tournament comes around. We are in Indiana, and all the Indiana folks will tell you, you never know. You just never know. And Rose-Hulman's played well enough that they could cause some real problems in the HCAC tournament. We're glad you've joined us. We'll be back in 10 minutes. You'll get to see all of the breast cancer awareness festivities for the women's game when we return for more. Give us about 10 minutes, and we'll be right back on the air. You're watching Indiana Sports Network.
You're watching Rose-Hulman men's basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
This sports program is presented by authority of Wabash Valley Sports and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated in any way without prior written consent of Wabash Valley Sports.
Yep. There he goes. And we are here ready for the Breast Cancer Awareness Day, as we'll take a look at the breast cancer awareness survivors. Let's turn it over to our PA announcer.
With us today are members of the Wabash Valley Breast Cancer Survivor Organization. At today's game are founder of the organization, Coral Cochran. Norma Busey. Mary Burns. Louise Clayball. Cheryl Donnelly. Betty Dunford. Sharon Forbes. Brenda Gardiner. Diane Gaskins. Sharon Hilbert. Bert Julian. Eileen Kirschner. Jennifer Leibacher. Peggy Lumen. Teresa Marvel. Penny Mattingly. Linda McGlone. Judy McGregor. Brenda Miller. Eileen Murdoch. Aaron Phelps. Judy Phillips. Sharon Palafronti. Donna Rice. Emily Runyon. Nina Story.
She just got there.
Fung Lee. And Deanna Prevost. Joined by her cancer-surviving husband, John Prevost. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for this courageous group of women, breast cancer survivors here in the Wabash Valley. Our group will gather for a group photo.
And this is one of the larger groups that we've had here at Rose-Hulman for the Breast Cancer Survivor Awareness Day. In previous years, I know we've had some major snowstorms and different things that have gone through. And here comes the men's team. They're going to join them as well. All of them sporting the t-shirts for this one, and the t-shirts are on sale here. The proceeds of those t-shirts ends up going to cancer research. And again, big round of applause for this group of people who've taken this into consideration. The men's game, the coaches wore tennis shoes in support of cancer awareness in the Jimmy V Foundation, as all the NCAA, if all the NCAA and as we're looking at it, we'll kind of do that one. And I'll tell you what we're going to do, folks. We're going to take a very short break, and then we'll come right back with the pregame of the women's game. So we're going to take out about 10 minutes on this one. We'll come back in 10 minutes as both these teams will have plenty of time to warm up, and we'll get you all set for the action here in HCAC basketball. It'll be Bluffton University taking on Rose-Hulman here on Indiana Sports Network. Again, we'll take a short 10-minute break, and we'll be right back on the air.
This sports program is presented by authority of Wabash Valley Sports and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated in any way without prior written consent of Wabash Valley Sports.
Welcome to Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology, the U.S. News and World Report's #1 engineering school in the United States that offers a master's as its highest degree for 20 consecutive years. Rose-Hulman, where you come to find yourself. Find yourself through personal growth, through personal development, through study, research, and invention. Rose-Hulman, your home for academic and athletic excellence.
Rose-Hulman Women's Basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
And welcome to Holbert Arena on the campus of Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology. If you were with us earlier, you got to see the breast cancer awareness program that they put on here at Rose-Hulman every year. And again, another tremendous job by Coach John Prevost, his wife. Both of them are cancer survivors, but more importantly, they really try to teach and instill really good values.
He and his wife.
Both he and his wife are cancer survivors with this, so it's important to him. But he makes that kind of giving back to the community very important to the program here at Rose-Hulman. And you can see a lot of the people from the area have turned out. And normally this is the time when we have, and I'm going to say the word, a storm. Because the last 3 or 4 years when this has taken place, we've had a really bad weather day. And this year we didn't. It was really nice when we come in. I mean, I'm probably the only person that woke up with snow everywhere because they didn't have any in Terre Haute, but where I live, they still had some snow and a little bit of dicey conditions. Yeah, it's all right. Well, welcome to Holbert Arena. Again, Rose-Hulman will take on Bluffton University in another HCAC contest. For Rose-Hulman, they've played some close ball games, and they won a ball game against Anderson just a week and a half ago. And when you're looking at this, they have a chance to play against a team that's more towards the bottom of the conference standings, and the freshman group that Rose-Hulman has can compete and has a chance to play in this ball game with Bluffton.
It also comes down to, a good start, and that's, quite frankly, I thought they could have competed with Franklin, but after playing with Transylvania a week and a half or so ago, looking good, or excuse me, last week, I'm sorry, that was last Saturday.
Yeah. Feeling
good about that contest with playing with the number 9 ranked team in the nation, and then going to that Franklin game and dropping a dud in the first half, first quarter especially. That had been kind of demoralizing. So when you look at should have been able to play with Franklin, I believe they can play with these young ladies as well, but you have to get off to a good start and not be scrambling from a double-digit deficit after the first quarter break. So Rose-Hulman showed some things against Transylvania all game. They showed some things versus Franklin through 3 quarters. They must show it through 4 quarters here today against Bluffton.
Well, Rose-Hulman should be excited, have a pretty decent crowd on hand. A lot of people are coming out to see him, including the student body who's still in check here. They're having a good time, and I think they have one of those check-off lists for basketball things that take place, and it's like a scavenger hunt with basketball, which the Rose-Hulman students really get into, and they've had a good time. We've seen kids dressed up, students dressed up with all kinds of different things, posters, and they're just having a good time. When you walk through, there's a little buzz, and they're just having a good time today. And again, with the ladies in the pink up in the stands, they're going to be cheering for Rose-Hulman as well. And we're looking for an outstanding ball game, at least something that both of these teams can really get after. A good ball game between two teams that for Rose-Hulman would be a team they should play with in Bluffton.
Yeah, when you look at, of course, the conference standings and where Bluffton is in the standings versus where Rose-Hulman is, and Rose-Hulman obviously, unfortunately, dead last in the conference. But there's still a lot of games to play right now. we're starting the second half of conference season. We're 1-8 in the first half. Second 8 can be a totally different scenario, and they really could find themselves in the 6th seed. That takes a lot of things going to have to happen, but it all starts with this game today against Bluffton and putting a 4-quarter output of good play. If Rose-Hulman plays for 4 quarters like they think that they know they can, and like their coach knows they can, they're going to be right into this ball game with a chance to win in the 4th.
Well, for Bluffton, their offense is going to run through T.J. Mills, the 5'4" senior point guard, averaging 11.5 points a game, and she's going to pass it off to sophomore Brianna Gillig, the sophomore from New Riga, Ohio, at 17.3 points per game. She's their scoring machine. The rest of Bluffton's lineup is not hugely offensive. They play around those two young ladies, and if Rose-Hulman can play some solid defense and cause them a little trouble, I think they can play with them.
And this is, a team in Bluffton doesn't score a whole lot of points, just 61, 62 points a game, which is really not a whole lot in a 40-minute college basketball affair. So, Rose's defense, the second or third ranked defense in the conference, usually holds teams below their average. So if you can hold Bluffton to maybe 50, 55 points, Rose will be right there. It's going to be a kind of a grinding affair. Rose has shown that they can get out and run. But I tell you what, Mills and Gillig, they set the pace for what Bluffton does. The defensive keys are going to be around slowing down those two.
And it seems like T.J. Mills has been here for ever. She's an outstanding player, really athletic, handles the ball well, pushes it up the floor, and gives them easy opportunities to score. We're going to have to see somebody from Rose-Hulman really step into her and making sure that she has to get rid of the basketball.
Absolutely, I agree with you.
So as we're preparing for this one, just about 7.5 minutes left to go before we get this one underway. You're watching Rose-Hulman basketball on Indiana Sports Network.
Everybody clap your hands. Cha-cha now, yo. Turn it out. Oh, yeah. Cha-cha, real smooth.
Car Hop Classic for just $2.99 is the perfect 1-2 punch of flavor and value. You need a trainer to help you eat the burger?
Hey, stay out of this.
Don't get in my head, man. There's barely room for me in there.
Hurry in and try quarter-pound double cheeseburger or crispy tender sandwich plus tots for $2.99.
You're watching Rose-Hulman women's basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
And as we prepare for this, when we talked earlier this season, I know a lot about just the makeup of Rose-Hulman. You've got one upperclassman that gets to play. The rest are all freshmen, and they're in a learning situation. Today's one of those learning experiences they've had, especially when you're talking about things like the Breast Cancer Awareness Day that they've sponsored here for many years. And to the really betterment of everybody in the program. Coach John Prevost, a cancer survivor, and the program in women's basketball here has raised over $15,000 from the sale of T-shirts and other donations that they've had here in this type of day. And it's really good to have freshmen go through a program that has that kind of a makeup.
It lets you know what life is all about and where you place your priorities, and to see what this program is really about to its core. It's got to be good for these freshmen, like you mentioned, to be in that environment and say, wait a minute, we're playing for something bigger than just ourselves in the game of basketball, in wins and losses, and you're fighting for a cause. And when you can put those two things together, a lot of times it raises your level of play. Look to see that today. And you mentioned the makeup of this team, just incredibly young. This doesn't happen. This is an anomaly. You don't see one freshman and a host of one senior and a host of freshmen. unless you're, at like a first-year program or something like that. Somebody actually asked me just the other day, talking about Rose-Hulman women, and somebody actually asked me, did they just start their program? That is the kind of thing, that question that conjures in your mind when you see the makeup of this basketball team, just because that never happens. But you've had some injuries, some players that want to focus on academics here and there, and you have a fewer bodies than what you expect. And sometimes things happen. You run with that. You go with what you have. You keep coaching them up, and you keep teaching these young players. And as long as they stay together, that's the key. Can they stay together, not crumble through the pressure of this 18-game treacherous season that we call HCAC play? If they can stay together, have some more recruiting classes pile in with this one. By this time, these freshmen are juniors. They're going to be extremely, extremely tough to play.
Well, they really are, and when you look at just the makeup of the class, it's a solid class of basketball players. Usually only expect 3 or 4 players to play when they're seniors. This whole group can play, and they're going to get better throughout, and you've seen them get better this year.
Absolutely.
As evidenced by how they played against Transylvania, who's 9th ranked in the country, and traditionally the conference has come down to Rose-Hulman and Transylvania. This year, it probably won't. No. But at the same time, these young ladies have improved drastically from the start of this season to right now.
They have, and ladies are showing some of the things that they can do. I learned some things. The first quarter against Franklin, I really want to just block that from my memory, and I know Coach Primo does as well. But quarters 2, 3, 4, through 4, I learned some things by watching these ladies about what they're capable of doing. I was like, ooh, wait a minute. I didn't know that Jordan Barlow could step out to 17 feet like that and knock down shots. I didn't know that Rose Burnham had the handle that she does, helping to break this pressure. So those are some things that you start to see in the maturation process of these ladies. Boy, this team, from top to bottom, they can all contribute in different ways. I think they're perfectly matched together.
The other thing that I think they have to do is like each other.
Yeah.
If you start liking each other, and it doesn't matter what sport you're playing, you just play better. More confidence, more effort, more desire. All of that comes out because you're playing not just for yourself, but also for the rest of the team and your coaches and the fans that come out and the school. It just all starts to gel, and you can see that starting, but it's like pulling a train. It takes a while to get the thing in motion. Coach John Prevo's been known to do that. He's been extremely talented as a coach. He's been able to build a program that's had conference championships. He's put teams in the NCAA tournament. It's not coaching. It's just a matter of making sure he continues to get those recruits in and do the things he needs to. We'll pause. We'll break right before the ball game. We'll come right back with the starting lineups. You're watching Rose-Hulman basketball on Indiana Sports Network.
It's employee pricing for everyone at York Chevy Buick on US Highway 40 in Brazil. Our Christmas gift to you is 2019 Silverados up to $12,000 off. Buick Encore, $99 a month. Equinoxes as low as $169 per month. And Chevy Trax as low as $99 per month. On US Highway 40 in Brazil, where we're not number one, you are.
We're not number one.
You are.
You're number one at York.
You're watching Rose-Hulman women's basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
And welcome back to Hulbert Arena on the campus of Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology. We'll turn it over to our sound and address system as we have the starting lineups for this ball game. First of all, for the Bluffton Beavers. And as we say that, Bluffton coming in with a 9-7 record, 3-6 in the HCAC.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Holbert Arena here on the campus of Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology. Today's matchup will feature the visiting Bluffton Beavers and your Rose-Hulman Fighting Engineers. I will start off by introducing the starting lineup for the visiting Bluffton Beavers. At guard, a 5'4" senior from Dayton, Ohio, number 3, TJ Mills. At guard, a 5'6" junior from Villa Hills, Kentucky, number 14, Kylie Brock. At forward, a 5'9" sophomore from New Regal, Ohio, number 20, Brianna Gillig. At guard, a 5'6" junior from Macomb, Ohio, number 23, Nora Heminger. And at center, a 6'1" sophomore from Arcadia, Ohio, number 40, Emma Saltzman. The Beavers are led by head coach Chad Shuttler and assisted by Haley Horstrom, Dennis Lee, and Ken Brooks. And now, the starting lineup for your Rose-Hulman Fighting Engineers. At guard, a 5'6" freshman from Indianapolis, Indiana, number 14, Nola Wilson. At guard, a 5'7" senior from Cincinnati, Ohio, number 24, Hannah Woody. At guard, a 6' freshman from New Britain, Minnesota, number 33, Kaylin Jester. At forward, a 5'11" freshman from South Riding, Virginia, number 50, Rose Burnham. And at forward, a 6' freshman from Wheeling, Illinois, number 54, Nosa Igihan. The Engineers are led by head coach John Prevost and assisted by Kevin Robinson.
So both these teams come in and they both need a win in this process of seeing what's going to happen in the HCAC, and I guess that's the big key. Bluffton and, of course, Rose-Hulman as well finds themselves in an opportunity in the HCAC. A 1-8 record for Rose-Hulman. Anderson's at 2-7. Mount St. Joe, Earlham, Bluffton all have 3 wins on the season. That means the rest, there are 5 teams that Transylvania's at 9-0, Hanover 8-1, Franklin 6-3, Manchester and Defiance at 5-4. So the conference tournament has definitely not been set, but although the top 2 teams in the conference are pretty solid.
Yeah, they're set. You can put it on a stone tablet and call it a commandment if you want to.
They're right there. So here we go, ready to tip this one off. Tips up and controlled by Rose-Hulman. With a basketball, Wilson. She'll feed it to the right side to Igihan, and they're going to move the basketball around. Again, Burnham. Jester with it. Feeds down into Igihan. Nosa backs it down, puts it up. Solid move. She didn't get it to go. Rebound to Igihan. Puts it up, and they're going to call it traveling. She did.
Yeah, she shuffled her feet just a little bit. She was trying to gather for that stick back.
But there's one of those things you can look at. I'm saying that's a huge improvement.
Absolutely.
They put the ball in the low block, and she doesn't back it out and mess around with it. She went to the basket with it. She didn't do that at the start of the year. So good, solid movement, Rose-Hulman, with man pressure.
How long has it been since you've seen the women? It's
been a couple weeks.
Okay.
Post play down low,
Good
shots up
blocking.
and no good. And when you look at this one, again, solid defense by Rose-Hulman.
If I had one message for Hannah Woody, it'll be shoot the dadgum ball.
She did. Igihan with the rebound. Kicked back out, open look, and she couldn't get that either in a fight for it. And they're going to call a foul on Rose-Hulman.
I like the word that you use, fight. They fought for the ball. And that's what you want these young engineers to do, is keep fighting for possessions, fighting for loose balls, fighting for wins. And you do the little things, the big things like wins will happen.
Mills with a basketball. TJ back outside, gives it up. Again, still trying. They're going to try to put the ball in Gillig's hands. Shots up by Gillig. Can't get it. A rebound comes out to Jester.
Jester, a young lady who can rebound it and push.
Woody on the left wing, crossover. She'll take it down low, and it's tipped out of bounds. It'll still be Rose-Hulman basketball.
I like the pace so far for the Engineers, starting to play with a little increased pace. And Coach Prevost kind of let them run a little bit. I like that.
Jester with a basketball, looking inside. They'll give it up. Rose Burnham drives, shoots, And can't get it, but again, a solid move on the inside. She just couldn't get it to go.
Used her left hand, didn't she?
She really did. And a power move. We're not backing away from it anymore. Mills over to the left side to Brock. Back to Gillig. Feed in the inside. Ball's loose, stolen away. Iggy Hahn with the basketball. She lost it and picked up by Wilson. Nola transitions, gets it over. With the drive is Jester. She's fouled and will go out of bounds. Rose-Hulman basketball.
Good drive by Jester to pick up that foul. I would have loved to see Wilson keep the ball in her hands for 1 or 2 more dribbles so Jester could spot up as kind of a wing trailer and hit her for that pass in the shot.
Trying to get it in, they'll throw it in.
Sometimes you got to know when to make the pass.
Wilson has a chance for crossover, but doesn't. Mills and Wilson together, that's going to be a huge combination for both these teams. Iggy Hahn backs it down, puts it up, can't get it to go, tipped around, picked up by Mills. Bluffton with the ball in transition. They'll cross court, picked off by Woody.
Good job.
Defense is solid right now. These young ladies playing very well for Rose-Hulman defensively, and they have a timeout. It's an official timeout.
I don't know if we got an injury to a player or something they're worried about.
Shot clock violation. The shot clock.
I mean, it looked like he had to reset properly, I thought.
At 17, you're going to reset at 30, and she rushed it up the floor.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
So they put it at 24, and a substitution into the ball game. Rose-Hulman has several players ready to play, 8, as a matter of fact, for this ball game, as they've done all year. Into the ball game, Desiree Webster, who handled the basketball. Woody from 10, can't get it. Those are good shots.
Great look. Hannah Woody shooting the basketball early. That's what I like to see.
Gillig on the drive. She'll try to do something with it. Lost it out of bounds.
Big job by Iggy. Great job by Iggy Hahn to wall up, not reach, and Gillig dribbles it out of bounds. If we can keep Iggy Hahn out of foul trouble early, it bodes well for the Engineers. Here comes the pressure by Bluffton.
Burnham gives it up to Jester, and again, they break the pressure. Drive down the lane. She's got a chance. Burnham holds out. They've got Iggy Hahn, and they threw that one away. Had her early and just lost vision of what was going on. Mills won't shoot it out there. Brock outside to Saltzman and Mills.
A lot of battling going down low. They finally got Burnham down low, battling with Brianna Gillig. On both ends, you're seeing some tussles down low for positioning, jockeying for positioning.
Right now, the defense for both these teams is winning out. Very similar to the men, except I think the ladies right now are playing better offense. They just haven't hit shots. Trying to feed it inside, Saltzman. High-low from UCLA, high-low post. They couldn't get it inside. With the drive and kick out, it's Mills with it now. Crossover, they're going to have a foul. This will go against Desiree Webster, the 5'7" freshman from Powder Springs, Georgia.
You're 100% accurate in saying that the offense for these two teams, the women's game, running more smoothly than it did at the beginning of the men's game. Like you said, not hitting shots, but the offense, you can see exactly what they're trying to do.
And they have opportunities. They just didn't get them in.
Yep.
Ball's thrown into Heminger. Mills crosses out to Brock. Back to Mills. Using that high screen, trying to get Mills to the basket. She's going to throw it out. Open look for three. Can't get it. Tipped around. Loose ball. Scrambled for. Picked up by Rose-Hulman.
Good
effort that time by Jordan Barlow. Jester starts the offense to Barlow.
Burnham wants it down low.
She wants it. She's really physical right now. She's doing a great job.
Oh, watch out!
Travel violation.
They drug that pivot foot. As you can see, she wanted that kind of that Euro step and couldn't quite get it. Avery Lumen coming in for the first time as Rose Burnham, excuse me, getting ready to take a seat. But you talked about her physicality with which she plays. Boy, I'm telling you, this is she makes me wonder if she has older brothers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I understand.
I've been wanting to find that out for the last couple of games. I got to find out from somebody.
I had one of those sisters myself. You never knew what she was going to do or throw at you.
That's right.
She's going to fight for everything. Webster with a rebound. She'll bring it up for Rose-Hulman. It's got a low post, and they're going to call the foul off the backside.
Lumen had her player sealed early. She did the work early, Herb. Didn't wait till the ball was right there in her area. She sealed early.
Did it correctly, too, with that nice little duck move. Got underneath, ducked under. Now they're going to talk over something.
Yeah, they got the call. It was on Gillig. Her first, is that right?
It is.
Yeah. Still 0-0, Herb.
A lot of time. Well, shots up, no good. Bound off of a Bluffton player. Gillig caught one right in the face.
She did.
It looked in the head somewhere because it knocked out of bounds in a hurry. Substitution for Bluffton, 34 into the ball game. That's Di Kessie. That's what they're saying. Senior from Cadiz, Ohio, Harrison Central High School. Ball inbounded down low post. Shots up, and again, another good one. Huge rebound by Webster. Kicked it down low, and a held ball. Possession arrow favors Bluffton.
TJ Mills, what hustle to just snatch that ball away, get the jump ball going the other direction. Boy, I didn't see her even in there. All of a sudden, she got two hands on the ball.
Folks, we played almost, and we have now. It gets down to that 5-minute mark, and nobody scored. So we played an eighth of a ball game, and they're not a point on the board. There's one. Nice screen and roll in a basket that time for Bluffton.
Whoa, over and back, boy. They were trying to set up the out-of-bounds situation, and Desiree Webster threw it to Kaylin Jester, who was coming to take the ball out of bounds herself.
Right.
Just a minimal mistake there as we go to break.
Timeout on the floor. We'll take one as well. 2-0 our lead. We're early in the ball game here from Rose-Hulman.
A to Z Construction performs free inspections and free estimates. A to Z welcomes all insurance work, specializing in all roofing systems, plus performing all other aspects of construction and remodeling. A to Z Construction is your Greater Wabash Valley roofing company. Call Shannon Combs for your free roofing inspection today. A to Z Construction, building the future together.
We were choosing colors for the house, and I stopped and looked at Mike and said, "We're really doing this, aren't we?" The process was challenging, but Riddell was there for us every step of the way. The mortgage, closing, they eased our stress. It made sense when Mike said,
"We're really doing this."
Mortgage loans made easy from Riddell. Making friends since 1885.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Women's Basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
And we have the TV timeout. Again, 2-0. Bluffton with the lead. They have the basketball. Feed inside to Salzman. She can't get it to go. Rebound to Mills. Fought forward, picked up.
A lot of banging.
And a nice job by Webster again, who picks up a rebound. She may be small, but boy, she just battles for everything.
She does. I love Webster and Wilson on the court together.
Wilson with it. She'll feed it out in front. Lumen. Ball tipped out of bounds. It'll be Rose-Hulman basketball with 8 seconds on that shot clock.
Engineers already with 5 turnovers, Herb. Kind of hurting them right now. I've got to possess the basketball. Let's get this shot here.
They set their offense the first about 3 times and really did a nice job. They need to do the same. Woody, pump.
Pull it.
She should have shot that one with 4 seconds. Feeds it inside, shots up, and good.
Hey.
Nice play by Nola Wilson. She found herself in a low post and put it off the glass.
Sometimes it just works out, Herb.
Walt, we're looking at these two teams, and again, not very proficient offensively early in the ball game, but you know what they're trying to run and who they're trying to get the ball to.
Both running excellent stuff, excellent action. That's a good-looking shot right there, just didn't go down.
Webster again with the rebound. Woody feeds it inside. Barlow tries to shoot it, doesn't get it, and ball's picked up.
How to shoot it over a double
Salzman. Emma's tall, 6'1" from Arcadia, Ohio. 3-point, she just reins it in, is Sammy Shardo, the freshman from Findlay, Liberty Benton School. That's outside of Findlay.
Talk about raining. That was a high arcing shot. A beautiful look by Shardo, deep from 3.
5-2, Bluffton with the lead. Feed it out. 3-point shot. And it falls. Jordan Barlow puts it in, ties the score at 5.
Didn't know she had that range until the second half against that Franklin game. I'm telling you what, this is a young lady that's going to be able to step out and shoot that shot.
She can play the post, and she can step out and shoot threes. There's another long one, and good defense by Rose-Hulman's Hannah Woody right in her face.
Now let's see if we can close the quarter well here in this last 2:40.
Woody with the ball, had her on the low post and just missed her.
Got to go to her.
Wilson gave it off to Hannah Woody.
10 seconds.
Woody, she's got to do something with it. Crossover, she'll pump. And she just threw it away. Mills fast enough. She raced about 3 girls down the floor and beat all 3 of them.
Uh-oh.
Another long bomb, and this one will be an over-the-back call. It'll go against Saltzman.
I would love to know the shooting percentage of Rose-Hulman in the last 10 seconds of the shot clock. Maybe the last 8 seconds of the shot clock. I would love to know that, that statistical number, because I would say that it's probably really low.
Yeah.
I'd love to see this team get some earlier offense. We've seen how many possessions where Hannah Woody passed up a really good shot with about 15 seconds left on the shot clock. Take the shot. You're the senior leader. Take that shot. It opens up things, and we can offensively rebound over this team really well.
Iggy Hahn is in the ball game. They're trying to get her the ball. They didn't get it done that time. Jester with it. Now to Iggy Hahn. She'll try to drive. Cross-court pass, gives it up. Wilson with the drive. She'll pull it out.
All the way.
With the drive all the way up and an underneath shot. A beautiful play by Kaylin Jester, the freshman from New Brighton, Minnesota.
Great angle that she used, and was able to scoop it up with that left hand of hers. Has got a foul down low.
Foul off the ball. It'll be Kaylin Jester. She'll pick up the foul. Nobody's in a bonus yet in this one, but we're getting close.
Yep.
And we're ready to go. Inbounds pass. They'll give it up. There's Gillig, has her shot blocked by Iggy Hahn. Numbers on the break if they can push it. They do. Woody, she pulled up. With a drive, turned around. She got to do something with it. Get out of there. Wilson with a drive, kick out. And they'll try it again. Iggy Hahn in the baseline, pulled out.
Yep.
Nice shot by Wilson, and she got it.
Nola Wilson can do that. She stretches the floor really well. Spotted up, gives the Engineers a 5-point lead.
And Rose-Hulman, which found themselves not scoring within the first 5 minutes of the game, finds themselves ahead 10-5 here with a minute to go in the first quarter. And they're going to call a foul. A hand check will be called on Kaylin Jester.
That's free throws.
And that's also a tough thing for Jester. She picks up another foul right away.
There's a tough cover right there. That should be free throws. Wrist the referee.
And they're looking, and here comes the free throws.
Forget it's women's basketball. They're playing quarters instead of halves. I think all college sports should be this way. I think the men should get with the program and go to quarters. I love the
lot more excitement
changes.
Yeah, a lot more excitement and give and take of who has the ball, who doesn't have the ball.
That's right.
10-5, 50.7 seconds. She got the second one. 10-6, a 4-point lead for Rose-Hulman. Substitution in as Jester will take a seat. She's picked up 2 fouls here in the first quarter.
A score and a stop would be huge in this first quarter for the Engineers, Herb.
Really would. Webster with it. Back over to Woody.
You could tell the Engineers have been working on press break.
Really have. Nice job. Gets it over to Wilson. Wilson looking for it, and she'll set it up one more time. with the drive. Webster, she just took the drive.
That's the one where you wish they didn't call the foul because Webster had her beat. Got that shoulder passer, was headed for a layup. Man, that's the one whistle you don't want.
She just blew by her in a hurry. Wilson, three.
Good.
Got it.
Looks good, Nola.
Nola Wilson and Rose-Hulman with a 13-6 lead. 25 seconds left to go in the first quarter.
Now let's get the stop.
Big opportunity. Zabrowski. Nope, it's thrown away with it. Rose-Hulman, and it's stolen away. 2-on-2. They'll pull up, and it's blocked by Iggy Hahn, and it's stolen away. 5. Here comes Webster. Pump gets it up, and she almost got that one in. That's exactly what you wanted if you're Rose-Hulman. Huge pressure defense, and Iggy Hahn with the turnaround at the other end with the huge block off that jump shot.
Third block of the game by the Engineers, and when Iggy Hahn's on the floor, that's one of the things that she gives you. Got a nice break, not in foul trouble. She'll be able to play plenty of minutes today.
13-6. Missed foul shot, this time by Webster. Webster, the freshman from Powder Springs, Georgia.
These Engineers only shoot 55% from the free throw line. Got to improve that as time goes on.
Puts that second one up and in. 14-6, and out pressure defense by Rose-Hulman. Trying to force a bad shot, and they did. 14-6, Rose-Hulman with a lead after the first period. We'll come back for more. You're watching Indiana Sports Network.
It could be anyone. The star student, the all-state athlete. I never thought it could happen to me, that I could lose everything. I found help, I found hope, I found recovery. I regained something lost.
At Lynn's Pharmacy, we're more than just your pharmacist. We're your neighbors.
Our kids go to the same schools. We eat at the same restaurants. We sit next to you in church.
When I listen to a symptom.
When I fill a prescription.
When I offer advice, I'm not just helping a customer. I'm helping my neighbor and a friend. My name is Lynn Hofstetter, and I'm the proud owner of Lynn's Pharmacy, a modern pharmacy with old-fashioned values and personal service dedicated to keeping you, your family, and our community healthy since 1872.
Here at Lynn's Pharmacy, downtown Brazil.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Women's Basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
Folks, we want to thank Union Center for Sports Medicine. They're proud to be the official sports medicine provider for Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology. The certified athletic trainer for the Fighting Engineers is Scott Keller. Samir Bavishi, MD, and Jerry Palmer, MD, from the Union Medical Group serve as the team doctors. Union Health, caring for Rose-Hulman athletes. I want to thank our sponsors again, A to Z Construction, the Hamilton Center, Lynn's Pharmacy, Refreshment Services and Pepsi, Riddell National Bank, Sonic Drive-Ins, Union Health, and York Automotive. The transportation for Indiana Sports Network is provided by York Automotive with locations in Brazil, Greencastle, and Crawfordsville. 14-6 is our score. Rose-Hulman with the lead and the basketball.
You know, it's so weird, Herb, in that first quarter, there was only one lead change, 2 ties. Rose led for 1 minute and 38 seconds, and Bluffton only led for 1 minute and 6 seconds. That's because nobody could score for the first 7 minutes of the quarter, basically. It's one of the weirdest things you ever see.
That it is. It
so
is.
Weird. Nobody scored. Was it about 5+ minutes? Nobody scored.
They did. It was over 5 minutes and no one had scored. Bluffton with the basketball, and they're moving it around. Saltzman gives it back up. Number 14 is Brock.
They missed Case wide open a moment ago.
Still trying to get that backdoor cut. With the drive is Gillick taken away. Iggy Hahn is the defensive presence right now for Rose-Hulman. Lead up to Woody. Woody looking inside. Burnham, Rose backs down, puts the shot up, can't get it. Rebound, Iggy Hahn scores.
No rebounding used for the Engineers, totally dominating the glass right now to a tune of 16-7.
Huge difference in the inside presence Nosa Igihan from Wheeling, Illinois, has been the dominant player for Rose-Hulman, especially on the inside. Her presence has forced Bluffton to really look at what they're doing.
Yeah.
Traveling violation. And again, who makes the play? Igihan. Jade Case, the 5'10 sophomore from Blacklick, Ohio, was not able to do anything with it in the lane, traveled with it. A 10-point lead for Rose-Hulman. Ball's thrown in. Nosa Igihan with the basketball. She'll pull it back. And again, Hannah Woody bringing that ball up the floor.
I'd love to see Burnham isolate with Case. Clear out and let her go to work.
She can just take her to the hole athletically.
You got her out from the elbow?
She got Saltzman on her right now. Woody feeds it inside.
There.
Igihan from 15 can't get it to go. Out of bounds, shot clock violation. Turnover will give the ball to Bluffton.
Burnham with Case on the block is different than Burnham isolated around the high post, letting her
drive. Yeah.
Burnham can put the ball on the deck.
I'll tell you what, the matchup, though, is Webster against Mills.
Man.
That's been the matchup. Those two young ladies can both play. And it's defensively I'm talking about. They're both really solid on the defensive end.
Wow.
Saltzman on the low post sticks another one. Emma Saltzman, the sophomore from Arcadia, scores.
Now let's see how the pressure changes things for Bluffton if they're able to get a couple of turnovers. Look out. Timeout, need a timeout.
Oh. Held ball, possession arrow to Bluffton. That's just one of those. That's one of those. I'm just out of the frame of the offense to know what to do. I'm just not comfortable with passing the ball at that point because they haven't played together for a year or two. They're going to bring Nosa Igihan out of the ball game for a little bit, give her some rest. Into the ball game for Rose-Hulman is Jordan Barlow, the 6'1 freshman from Haven, Kansas.
Coach definitely changes up with his rotations.
Feeding inside, and that's a tough one. Ball's blocked. Woody with the blocked shot. Rebound came out to Barlow. Woody with it, driving the lane, and she's going to get called for traveling. If she'd have just gone hard into it, she would have gotten the block call. Instead, she tried a Euro step and got off balance.
Turnover number 9 here in the game. They had 7 in the first quarter, Herb, even with that the 8-point lead.
And Walt, if you think about it, there's 9 turnovers. We have 16 points on the board. They're going to call the foul. It'll go against Webster. She's like, I didn't touch her.
Yeah. Oh, boy. That's the bugaboo for Rose-Hulman is the turnovers. They turn the ball over and clip about 23 a game. And when these two teams played in December, they had an enormous amount. They had 20 turnovers in that game. It's got a limit. If they can keep them under 20.
Boy, really good, solid defense on the inbounds. They had to just chuck it deep to get it in. Saltzman looking at that backdoor cut. They're going to give it up to Mills. Mills trying to use that screen. Brock, there's a screen and roll. There's a pull-up from 15. Can't get it to go. Saltzman has it blocked away. A huge play that time by Rose-Hulman, but it's stolen away. Mills again. They're going to call the block, and the bucket went in.
Yep.
And that happened.
Oh, that's too bad.
Just a half a step. Half a step.
That scramble play, sometimes that happens where Webster got caught kind of the wrong place at the wrong time, just trying to get back into the play, crash bodies with TJ Mills. But kudos to DJ Keasy keeping that play alive. When you thought Barlow had the ball, she kept it alive, made another scramble play. And let's see if they get a 3-point opportunity here.
Mills misses it, rebound comes out. And Rose-Hulman has it. Lumen with the board. Wilson working on Mills.
Now let's get into the offense.
Feeds it down inside with the ball and the shot. Couldn't get it up was Jordan Barlow. She got the shot up, just missed it. 6-point lead for Rose-Hulman. There's a drive and a push off that time, and it goes on Rose Burnham.
Third team foul already in this quarter, 6:08, and we're getting too close to that bonus.
We have 3 players now with 2 fouls apiece.
One of them, though, is not named Igihan.
It's not Iggy Hahn. That's right. Nosa Iggy Hahn does not have 2 fouls, which is like amazing because she's the one that usually does.
I'm kind of wondering is the rotations are much different this game than what they have been previously for Coach Prevost. So I don't know if he's trying to keep people fresh. Oh.
There's another foul on the shot. That'll go against Avery Lumen.
Team foul number 4. Here comes Iggy Hahn back in the game.
It's been slow. The clock has not moved very much. A lot of contact, both ends of the floor. 4 fouls for Rose-Hulman. None for Bluffton in this quarter. And Rose-Hulman has not been able to put the ball in the low post where we've gotten enough contact to draw a foul.
Some little adjustments made by Coach Chad Shuttler at Bluffton, making it more difficult for Rose to operate their offense, ratcheting up the defensive intensity as well. Look at DJ Mills hounding pressure.
Rose Burnham with a basketball. Woody off of an Iggy Hahn screen. Pulls up, nice play, good shot, good basket.
All day, you can run that all day long. She loves that elbow jumper.
7-point lead for Rose-Hulman. Mills to Brock, 3-pointer, shots up, no good. Rebound to Iggy Hahn. Nosa Iggy Hahn has just been a dominant force when she's in the ball game.
7 rebounds already for Iggy Hahn.
Coach Prevost's done a nice job in getting her rest so she does not overextend herself athletically and pick up fouls for no reason. Off the screen, Iggy Hahn on the low post, so they're going to get the foul called that time.
That's tough pass right there, and a tough foul for Kesey is you really didn't have the space to make that pass. Going to lead to a timeout, a 7-point lead.
So with that, a timeout on the floor, a 7-point Rose-Hulman lead. We'll be back for more action from Holborn Arena on Indiana Sports Network.
Shot now, yo. Turn it out. Oh, yeah. Shot, real smooth.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Women's Basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
Well, it's scavenger hunt day for the students, and you can see them. They've got calculators out, taking and looking at the different things. There's a game they play off of the statistics of the game today. Only at Rose-Hulman can you do that kind of stuff. Woody pulls up, can't get it to go. Rebound comes out to Bluffton. With it is Chardot, the freshman from Findlay.
I bet half of them are not even using calculators.
TJ Bills with the ball. She'll set the offense to Kesey. Back over into the ball game is Peyton Henry, the freshman from Lipsick, Ohio.
You been there?
Yes.
I figured.
One of my friends in college was from Lipsick. And you know where I went. See, that's the thing. And a shot clock violation. Yes, folks, it sounds really bad, but I did go to Bluffton, and I'm broadcasting for Rose-Hulman, so it's a fun day.
That's right.
Hannah Woody with a basketball. Woody will work on TJ Mills. That's a pretty good matchup, too.
It is. TJ Mills on anybody makes you want to get the ball out of your hands.
Woody just backs her down to lane, gets it up to Iggy Hahn. Back outside, 10-footer by Burnham, can't get it to go. And Iggy Hahn, they're going to say, went over the top, and we're going to go to the other end and shoot free throws. This time it'll go to Emma Saltzman.
Saltzman, a great block out right there. Iggy Hahn wanted that rebound so bad, but just not the foul that you wanted. She picked up her second. Is that right?
It is her second. Everybody's going to have 2 before this one's over. Emma Saltzman, a 6'1 sophomore from Arcadia, Ohio, which is in that western part of the Ohio area. Folks, we want to thank our sponsors, A to Z Construction, the Hamilton Center, Lynn's Pharmacy, Refreshment Services, Pepsi, Riddell National Bank, Sonic Drive-Ins, the Union Health, York Automotive. Transportation for Indiana Sports Network is provided by York Automotive with locations in Brazil, Greencastle, and Crawfordsville. Our camera operators for today are Kanan Harper, Amy Metcalf, and Carl Ennis, and we are directed by Tony Harper. This program is produced by Indiana Sports Network. Burnham. She handles the ball pretty well. You can almost spread the floor and let her go one-on-one down in there because she's quick enough to take any post player down.
I agree.
Pump. They've got a nice feed on the inside, and she travels. She took that little hop. If she'd have just gone right on up with it, instead of turning around, she'd have been fine and probably gotten a foul call.
Pass was leading her right towards the basket. But I agree. Let Burnham, you can almost let her bring the ball to the court on that post. But usually when they get across half court, give her space. Let her go.
You could 1-4 that and watch her take it right to the elbow and shoot it.
Yep.
Wouldn't be a bad offense at all. 5-point lead for Bluffton. They have the basketball. Cross-court pass, an open look and a wide open look for number 11. That's Shardo. She hit one earlier, couldn't hit that one.
That was a great look. Let's see if Barlow will go down. I was hoping to see her post early.
Wilson feeds it outside. Rose-Hulman again having trouble scoring, but the defense has kept them solidly in this one. There she goes. Down on the inside is Burnham. She got it up, and that's what you wanted.
Barlow, I was looking to see Barlow vacate to give Burnham a little bit more space to operate there on the dribble. But still, even after she collected her dribble, she was able to maneuver herself and now get to the free throw line.
So, Rose Burnham still looking for her first point. She's 0 for 4 from the field. Has a couple personal fouls. Had to handle the ball quite a bit. Again, Rose-Hulman playing 8 players today. She got her first point on that one. And it's a 6-point lead, 19-13. Rose-Hulman with the lead, Bluffton with the basketball.
Another possession of zone here for the Engineers now.
They do a nice job of crossing it up. Mills for 3, that's not who you want shooting it. You're almost better off just playing her man, because if she gets a chance to shoot it with nobody on her, the young lady can play. We've seen that for 4 years. Tremendous player is Mills. Burnham driving, had a chance, and they're going to call a traveling violation as she took that extra hip hop right there at the top of the key.
Trying to gather to make that pass, and like you said, the extra step. Turnovers mounting once again. Now 10, maybe 11 turnovers here in this game. Lead down to 3.
Mills drives, shoots, and has it blocked by Burnham. Nice play by Rose as she went straight up in the air.
Nola Wilson hasn't scored in a while. Let's see if we can get her a look.
Burnham. She could drive and stick that one. They're calling for too low. Backdoor cut. Woody. She just didn't get it. Woody with the bat. Nope, tipped out of bounds. It'll be Rose-Hulman basketball. Good effort by Saltzman. She was on the floor and knocked it out.
Great pass, but TJ Mills disrupted the play just enough to keep Jordan Barlow from getting an easy 2-point bucket.
Into the ball game is Haley Burns, a freshman from Worthington, Ohio.
Pop it.
Burnham, get in there. It just didn't get in there. Lanham almost had it, but Mills picks it up and goes. 3-point lead for Rose-Hulman.
Now we're to closing time of this half. Let's see if we can close the half well. A couple of stops and a couple scores.
Saltzman gives it up to Shardo with the drive and misses it.
Wow.
Wilson on the break. Looking inside. Had it. Inside to Barlow. Back out to Wilson. Woody off the screen, pump, pulls up from 15, can't get it. Ball's bounding out, rebound comes out to Burns.
It's a good shot, though. I'm glad she took the shot.
Solid. There's an open look for Shardo. Can't get it to go. Rebound comes out. And everybody wanted a foul on that one. If you're on the side of Rose-Hulman, they were really begging for that one. The students didn't like it.
No, they didn't like it.
Wilson on the wing. Had a backdoor cut, just missed Woody. Nice post move, open look, got it. That's Barlow.
The young lady's got a nice touch from the outside.
May want to switch them up and put her out on the wing and let her take her player like one-on-one out there and for an open look. Outside, it's Henry.
Stay with her. There you go.
Squares up for the three. Woo! She got it. Hey. That's a pure shot. Peyton Henry, the freshman from Leipzig.
Look out.
Lumen got the inbounds pass, and here it comes. 6 seconds. 5. Woody on a crossover, almost stolen away. 2, 1, shoot it. And that's the end of the first half. Rose-Hulman goes in at halftime, leading by 2, 21-19. And with that, we'll pause, take a break. We'll be right back with the halftime report here on Indiana Sports Network.
It's employee pricing for everyone at York Chevy Buick on US Highway 40 in Brazil. Our Christmas gift to you is 2019 Silverados up to $12,000 off. Buick Encore, $99 a month. Equinoxes as low as $169 per month. And Chevy Trax as low as $99 per month. On US Highway 40 in Brazil, where we're not number one, you are.
We're not number one.
You are.
You're number one at York.
A to Z Construction performs free inspections and free estimates. A to Z welcomes all insurance work, specializing in all roofing systems, plus performing all other aspects of construction and remodeling. A to Z Construction is your Greater Wabash Valley roofing company. Call Shannon Combs for your free roofing inspection today. A to Z Construction, building the future together.
It could be anyone. The star student, the all-state athlete. I never thought it could happen to me, that I could lose everything. I found help, I found hope, I found recovery. I regained something lost.
It's time for the halftime report on the Indiana Sports Network.
And welcome to Hulbert Arena, campus of Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology. Halftime score 21-19 in the women's game here between Bluffton University and your Rose-Hulman Fighting Engineers. And when you're looking at this one, statistically, pretty solid for both of these teams, especially for Rose-Hulman, as they found themselves just on a pretty good roll in most of the first quarter once we got past that 5-minute mark.
And it took a you remember not too long ago you mentioned in the pregame show, you're talking about pulling that locomotive, pulling that train, but once you get it to start, that's what it was like that first 5 minutes. Coach Brevo, the lady was trying to pull that train, get it started, we started rolling. And then with 14 first quarter points, but then a little bit of lull in the second quarter. Couldn't quite keep that momentum as much. It's interesting, though. Rose-Hulman scored 14 points while committing 7 turnovers in the first quarter. Limited the turnovers in the second quarter, but still couldn't quite get things to go. Couldn't get as many field goals. But you have to credit Bluffton's defense. I thought intensified. They changed to that a three-quarter court trap. And that, I think, changed the momentum for Rose-Hulman's offense.
Well, and really when they do that, it really takes away from the averages, though, and this is really odd. Emma Saltzman, who averages just a little over 3 points a game, she's the leading scorer. She has 7.
Right.
And she had a couple putbacks and nice plays in the low post, so congratulations to her. She's what's kept Bluffton in the ball game. TJ Mills, who's their outstanding point guard, averaging 11.6 a game. She has 5. And if you look at it, Gillig, who is their leading scorer, has not scored in the first half. So there's the defensive prowess that Rose-Hulman's been famous for, and I think Coach John Prevost did a nice job in making sure they limit the touches and limit the shots by the leading scorer for Bluffton. On the other hand, Rose-Hulman's been able to shoot the ball pretty well. Wilson with 8 points. She's 3 of 3 from the floor, and she's played in 19 minutes. Barlow with 5, Woody with 2, Burnham and Webster with 1 each, and Jester and Iggyhan with 2 points apiece for Rose-Hulman scoring-wise. But just a pretty solid defensive effort by the ladies from Rose-Hulman.
You know, it's interesting. Nola Wilson participated in a senior non-committed workout that we broadcasted in Anderson 2 years ago. And here she is playing for Rose-Hulman, and so excited to see that. That young lady went to a different institution for a year, and this is her first year at Rose-Hulman, still classified as a freshman because she didn't play last year. I believe she was at Bradley. So this is a young lady that can play. We've seen her on our broadcast airwaves a couple years ago, but then to come full circle to see her now in the old rose and white is just so nice to see. And she played a whale of a game that first half, not only scoring the ball, but good pressure defense. To counteract the pressure defense on the other side by TJ Mills. I'm wondering if that's her parents sitting down there courtside, down at the right there at the John Munster signature. I see them kind of clap and applaud in different spots. Makes me wonder if that's her parents. But I'm telling you what, so glad I'm not gonna see her again. This young lady is so fun to watch. I have enjoyed watching TJ Mills play. But I'm glad I ain't gonna see her no more, man. I'm tired of seeing TJ Mills. I'm ready to see somebody else. Oh, her pressure defense is unbelievable.
Well, that's where she's really good. You look athletically as, you know, she's scoring over 10 points a game, and she runs the show and all those things. But where she's really good is she's a lockdown defensive player. She takes you out of your offense. To Rose-Hulman's advantage for today, not only has Wilson played well in shooting and playing, but also Webster off the bench has been kind of a player that goes head-to-head with Mills and can kind of stymie Mills on the other end.
I agree, because Mills not only wants to head things defensively, she sets things up offensively as well. And Desiree Webster's doing a fantastic job here tonight. Everybody who's come off the bench, obviously our bench, we only go 3 deep because we only have 8 players. Everybody is coming in here contributing in their own way, putting their own stamp on this game. And all these different little pieces, they fit together, Herb. I'm telling you, if these young ladies stay together, they complement each other very well in my estimation. It's not like they're all scorers or they're all ball handlers or all defenders. They mix together so well, and I really hope to see this team stick together and go through the storm here through the rest of this year and beyond.
Well, when you look recruiting-wise, Rose-Hulman doesn't recruit just locally. They can't. They would not have the players that they need to actually compete. It's a national recruiting. They recruit players all over the country. We've seen players on the football team. 23 different states are represented on the football team. When you look at that, they recruit nationally, which means Coach John Prevost is going to be hitting the road really hard this year, trying to pick up those 3 or 4 players that he knows can be added to this group and can do some damage in the next couple years.
And he'll find those players, and they have their different services. that they use to help you whittle some things down. And I heard that there was a recruit here today, not saying any names, but I know that there's a recruit here today. Their visit officially starts tomorrow. So another piece, another guard Rose-Hulman's looking at. So they'll put the pieces together and he'll get the roster out to the numbers that he wants. This year's an anomaly. It won't happen. It hasn't happened before. Probably won't happen again. But you just grow with it. You learn from it. The freshmen that are playing are getting excellent minutes, are getting to learn on the fly, and they'll be better for it down in the long run.
Well, we're at the halftime report here from Rose-Hulman, and we'll be back with more as we get prepared for the second half. You're watching Rose-Hulman basketball.
We were choosing colors for the house, and I stopped and looked at Mike and said, "We're really doing this, aren't we?" The process was challenging, but Riddell was there for us every step of the way. The mortgage, closing, they eased our stress. It made sense when Mike said,
"We're really doing this."
Mortgage loans made easy from Riddell. Making friends since 1885.
At Lynn's Pharmacy, we're more than just your pharmacist. We're your neighbors.
Our kids go to the same schools. We eat at the same restaurants.
We sit next to you in church.
When I listen to a symptom.
When I fill a prescription.
When I offer advice, I'm not just helping a customer. I'm helping my neighbor and a friend. My name is Lynn Hofstetter, and I'm the proud owner of Lynn's Pharmacy, a modern pharmacy with old-fashioned values and personal service dedicated to keeping you, your family, and our community healthy since 1872.
Here at Lynn's Pharmacy, downtown Brazil.
You're watching Rose-Hulman women's basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
And welcome back to Terre Haute, Indiana, Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology. And it's 21-19 to Rose-Hulman with the lead over Bluffton. And if you're looking field goal percentage-wise, Bluffton shooting 22% for the first half, Rose-Hulman at 31. And that's not good for either one of them when you're looking at it. Three-point field goals, Rose-Hulman at 60%, 33% for Bluffton, and that's probably the discrepancy of the actual field goal percentages. Rose-Hulman has turned the ball over more, but they've shot the ball a little bit better than what Bluffton has. The other thing, if you're looking rebounding-wise, Rose-Hulman with 24 total rebounds, Bluffton with 16. So the job's been done on the board. Rose-Hulman doing a great job that way. They just need to eliminate those turnovers and put themselves in a position where they shoot the basketball the same way without turning it over, and Rose-Hulman will do fine in this ball game. Bluffton, just looking at what TJ Mills can do offensively, they've been stymied, but the young lady that was really matched up with her in the first half, Webster, has 3 personals for Rose-Hulman. Other players in foul problems for Rose-Hulman, Burnham with 2, Jester with 2, and Iggy Hahn with 2.
And you got to keep Iggy Hahn out of foul trouble. All of them need to be out of foul trouble. But Iggy Hahn has been playing with foul trouble all season long. You need that young lady on the court. She, quite frankly, is a defensive difference maker, able to block shots, and has done so today, herself and Barlow. Got to move your feet, be able to stay away from some of the silly fouls, especially early in the third quarter.
We talked earlier, Gillig picked up 2 fouls early in the ball game. She only played 7 minutes in the first half for Bluffton, and she did not score. She was 0 for 5 from the floor. Other things, if you're looking at just the way things have have been going. Mills with 5 points. She's the second leading scorer for Bluffton, playing 19 minutes out of the 20 available, and you can see why. She's not going to step off the floor. She's a senior, and this is very important for her. She wants to keep Bluffton in that 6th spot and try to put them in the conference tournament. She's 2 of 4 from the floor and 1 of 1 from three-point range. She missed her only free throw attempt. So when you're looking at these players, again, great ball game for both of these teams. At halftime, Rose-Hulman with a 2-point lead. What does Rose-Hulman need to do to close this one out? And I'm sorry. Let's take a break and we'll come right back with the start of the ball game.
A to Z Construction performs free inspections and free estimates. A to Z welcomes all insurance work, specializing in all roofing systems, plus performing all other aspects of construction and remodeling. A to Z Construction is your Greater Wabash Valley roofing company. Call Shannon Combs for your free roofing inspection today. A to Z Construction, building the future together.
It could be anyone. The star student, the all-state athlete. I never thought it could happen to me, that I could lose everything. I found help, I found hope, I found recovery. I regained something lost.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Women's Basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
Getting ready for this second half. 21-19 is the score. We want to thank Union Center for Sports Medicine. They're proud to be the official sports med provider for Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology. The certified athletic trainer for the Fighting Engineers is Scott Keller. Samir Babishi, MD, and Jerry Palmer, MD, from the Union Medical Group serve as team doctors. Union Health, caring for Rose-Hulman athletes. And if the officials would show up on time, we'd get this thing underway.
I mean, let's go ahead and tee it up anyway. I think the coaches, Coach Shuttler and Coach Pree will talk about this. Let's just tee it up anyway. Don't worry about it. Blow the whistle. Somebody just blow a whistle with their hand and their fingers.
I can do that.
Blow the whistle. Start the clock. Let's just roll with it.
You know, I used to officiate, but, you know, with these other things, these other injuries I've had, it just doesn't go very well anymore. But, yeah, here they come. It's the first time you're going to see officials actually get an applause when they show up because you get to start the game.
This is actually the second game in a row this has happened.
Really?
Happened Wednesday. They weren't this late, but
they were late.
Let's just plug the game. Don't worry about it. They'll catch up.
Rose-Hulman with the basketball. Hannah Woody will bring it up and set it up.
Oh.
Inside. Wilson can't get that one to go.
She felt the presence of T.J. Mills. And she had gone straight up. When she caught the ball, she had space. Didn't think she did, though.
Mills with it. She'll set the offense double high. Screens off of it, trying to get the ball inside.
Ooh, look at that.
A lot of physicality going on that one as battle on the inside. They're trying to get the ball to Gillig. Almost tipped away by Wilson. Kicked outside to Salzman. She'll try to drive. Still looking for Gillig. Backdoor cut and a nice play that time and a solid move. 23 in the ball game is Nora Heminger, the junior from Macomb.
That was 29 seconds of fantastic defense and then a great shot by Heminger.
Feed down inside. Iggy Hahn loses the basketball because she put it on the floor. Held ball, possession arrow to Bluffton.
When that ball swings into the post and that right block, you had Burnham at the top of the key. She did dive for the basket. I would have loved to see her present right there for that 17-footer as an outlet. Because on that double team, knows who has to kick the ball out.
I don't think she has to back her down. If she just square up and go to the basket, she'd be fine. They're trying to get the ball to Gillig in the low post. Still trying to do that. Salzman to Brock. Brock looking to shoot and score. She can't do it. Rebound comes out to Iggy Hahn.
Boy, I'm telling you what. Iggy Hahn, folks, was a three-sport
traveling violation.
Oh. Iggy Hahn was a three-sport athlete in high school, if I remember correctly. And so this is a very athletic young lady. And that was a very athletic rebound. And she's up a sky for that rebound. Just unfortunate with that turnover right there. Kaylin Jester got pressured. Didn't quite expect to see somebody right in her face.
8 rebounds for Iggy Hahn in the ball game.
Averaging 8.2. That's second in the conference.
With it on the inside, back out, and a 2-point shot's up and good. And right now, Bluffton with a 2-point lead. Wilson.
How about starting your offense from 40 feet?
Mills is like all over her. She's got her taken care of, that's for sure. Burnham with the drive, kick in the corner. Wilson for 2, got it up, can't get it to go down.
That's okay.
A rebound comes out. Kylie Brock. Lead pass up, and Gillick misses it, has it blocked by Burnham, and now they're going to call the foul on Nora Heminger.
I have got to know if Rose Burnham has older brothers that she grew up with. I'm telling you, this young lady, if there's contact to be had, she's going to find it. Oh, no.
And they're going to call a foul on Rose-Hulman.
Here's the turnover bug once again, creeping its ugly head. And this Engineers team having a hard time corralling the ball and possessing the ball to give themselves a chance here in this third quarter. Already 3 turnovers in this quarter.
Handoff, here comes Mills to the basket. She put the shot up and got it.
I see a timeout. Here comes the timeout, I think. Oh, boy.
Timeout, Rose-Hulman.
Yeah.
It's a 30-second. We'll take one as well. A 4-point Bluffton lead here in the third period. You're watching Rose-Hulman basketball.
We were choosing colors for the house, and I stopped and looked at Mike and said, "We're really doing this, aren't we?" The process was challenging, but Riddell was there for us every step of the way. The mortgage, closing, they eased our stress. It made sense when Mike said,
"We're really doing this."
Mortgage loans made easy from Riddell. Making friends since 1885.
You're watching Rose-Hulman women's basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
And a great picture of the Rose-Hulman cheerleaders for this afternoon. They've done a great job. Pep band as well. They've been loud and proud all day. I want to thank today's sponsors, A to Z Construction, the Hamilton Center, Lynn's Pharmacy, Refreshment Services, Pepsi, Riddell National Bank, Sonic Drive-Ins, Union Health, and York Automotive. Transportation for Indiana Sports Network is provided by York Automotive with locations in Brazil, Greencastle, and Crawfordsville. Trying to get that ball in, and they turn it over again. Gillick with a drive. Shots up, no good. Rebound comes out, and a huge rebound.
No! No!
Jump ball.
No, that's not a jump ball. Oh, you got to do better than that. You have to be better than that. Oh, no.
With it, they're going to throw it inbounds again. They get it into Iggy Hahn. She'll throw it back. Now they got a chance. They got a wide open layup for Woody. Does she put it in? She gets fouled. Good hustle back to foul and not let Woody have the easy layup. And again, foul is on number 23, and that's Heminger. Her third personal, team second this quarter. 4-point lead for Bluffton, and we're trying to cut into it, and they do with that free throw.
You know, I do believe there are situations where referees want to let them play, but then when you blow the whistle, you got to make the call that you probably don't want to make. Don't bail it out and give it a jump ball call. If you blow the whistle, then make the foul call. If you're big and bad enough to blow the whistle, then call what you know you should call. Don't bail yourself out and say jump ball.
Hannah Woody with both those free throws. Mills looking at the screen and roll. They're going to give it down to Saltzman, almost taken away by Iggy Hahn, and they'll pull it back out to Mills. Mills, TJ looking for it, gives it up to Gillig. She'll drive, she'll shoot, and they'll call the foul. This will be on Rose Burnham. The freshman from South Riding, Virginia.
Got a little body, got a little ball. It's a tough one there. Third foul on Burnham.
Well, Bluffton has done a good job in this quarter taking the basketball to the basket instead of settling for jump shots.
Now, on one end, you have the ball pressure and the pressure in the backfield that's hurting and slowing down Rose. You got sometimes you have to fight fire with fire. You have to give them a little pressure to slow their defensive pressure down.
Woody. Here comes Wilson, open in the corner, and we weren't set up for the shot on that one. Setting up is Woody. She can't get the three-pointer. They get it up for the two, can't. Iggy Hahn, and they're going to call over the back.
Now, that's her third foul, right? Her third?
I believe that's her third.
That's what we didn't want. The foul trouble in first, which I think it was Burnham, a moment ago. Now Iggy Hahn with her third foul. They're starting to mount up, and that's problematic for these engineers. Oh, boy.
It's also tough because you only have 8 players.
I know it.
You can't get somebody off the bench for a 2 or 3 minute spot to just help out. He has to play with 8. That's all he has. Mills looking, Saltzman to Brock. Brock on the drive. She'll put the shot up, and Iggy Hahn puts it right back at her.
And they reset it.
And they reset the shot clock.
It. Oh, my gosh. Oh.
And we'll see what happens. There's no way that shouldn't be a shot clock violation because they were shooting it with about 2.
Yeah, there we go.
They called the shot clock violation. It'll be Rose-Hulman basketball.
You know, the interesting thing about this, Herb, Rose-Hulman getting outscored 7-2 here in this third quarter. Their defense has been pretty good. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes. Defense has been very solid. Just they haven't been able to get the shot off offensively to really help themselves at all.
Nope. And Bluffton just knocking down some shots. They've had some pretty decent looks even through this pressure defense.
Got to try to get it in. They do. Iggy Hahn with the basketball, and Woody will set it up. The pressure defense applied by a lot of the teams has caused Rose-Hulman trouble this year, as they just don't exactly know what their role is, or they're not athletic enough to get it to somebody double dribble the ball. Iggy Hahn did that one, turned it over, another turnover. 3-point lead by Bluffton. They now have the basketball.
This is what you have when you have 4 freshmen on the court at all times, just about. You're going to have these mistakes, these turnovers that rear its ugly head, and you pressure the team like that. That's exactly what you do.
Gillig had it. Saltzman shot, blocked by Iggy Hahn. She got a piece of that one. Hannah Woody. Iggy Hahn with the basketball outside, looking to pass it, gives it up. It's Wilson. She'll drive. Thought she was going to hand it off. Open look. Feeds it inside. Nosa Iggy Hahn, pump, gets it around and scores, and that's an athletic move and a great basket, and it cuts the lead to 1.
Iggy Hahn's going to be a great scorer here at Rose-Hulman.
Mills to Brock. Gillig. Brock back to Mills. They're moving the basketball very well, and there's a shot down low. You'd love it.
Yes, I'm telling you.
I know you're going to ask that question. You're going to ask for meet and greet with the players to see, and that's the number one question you're going to ask. Rose Burnham is how many brothers she has, because she's been pounding it pretty well. Timeout on the floor. We'll take one as well. 1-point Bluffton lead when we return on Indiana Sports Network.
At Lynn's Pharmacy, we're more than just your pharmacist. We're your neighbors.
Our kids go to the same schools. We eat at the same restaurants.
We sit next to you in church.
When I listen to a symptom.
When I fill a prescription.
When I offer advice, I'm not just helping a customer. I'm helping my neighbor and a friend. My name is Lynn Hofstetter, and I'm the proud owner of Lynn's Pharmacy, a modern pharmacy with old-fashioned values and personal service dedicated to keeping you, your family, and our community healthy since 1872.
Here at Lynn's Pharmacy, downtown Brazil.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Women's Basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
1 point lead by Bluffton, 26-25, and the Beavers will have the basketball. They'll put it into Gillig, back on the outside to Brock. Excuse me, it's Shardo into the ball game. Shardo trying to feed it to Saltzman. They do. Saltzman trying to make the move. Blocked again. Nosa Igihan with a great play and a bad cross-court pass, and that's going to cost us either a foul. No, it doesn't. They pulled it out. Brock didn't feel comfortable going one-on-one, and they'll pull it out, and Mills will set it up. Using a high screen from Gillig. Here comes the screen and roll. They didn't get it. Saltzman. Shardo. Gillig.
I tell you, Herb, Igihan is not playing like she has 3 fouls.
Brock with the drive and got that one in. Igihan with a basketball. They had it, and there's a foul on Mills. Very fortunate they got that one.
Yep. That was a trap and leading to
a potential turnover. That's right. Could have been a turnover and loss on this one. Wilson with it. Looking. She's picked her dribble up, and here comes Woody. Cross gives it up. Jester, and they pull it outside. Does Igihan get her hands on the basketball? She does. Another rebound for her. She gonna drive, puts it up, fouled. She'll go to the line, she'll shoot 2.
Sometimes the best thing for her to do is throw it up and go get it herself. I mean, this young lady can, I'm telling you, she's can flat out track the ball coming off that backboard. Just a devastating rebounder.
11 rebounds in the ball game so far.
This is where this is the point of emphasis for her, and she'll get there. I know she's going to get there. I have ultimate belief and faith that she's going to get there. She's going to continue to work at it. She's working at it.
She's a defensive presence and really does a nice job on the offensive low block. She's got moves.
She can score.
She just put it in.
This is she's an all-around player, and she's just so extremely athletic. It's tough to keep her off of the backboard. The one thing is just those fouls, and I'm telling you, I'm kind of surprised we're rolling the dice with her with these 3 fouls, and this might be Barlow coming in for her here in a moment. But she's staying aggressive out there. If I'm Bluffton, I'm taking it right into her, see if I can collect that 4th foul.
Still trying very hard to get the ball down to Gillig. Drive, kick out. Shardo, screen and roll. They're going to give it to Gillig down low. She'll pull it out. Brock with a shot. She got it.
Coach Prevo saw it.
Here it is. 2-on-1. Really nice move and a basket by Desiree Webster as she beat Mills down the floor. That's tough to do.
Able to use that speed, Desiree Webster.
2-point game. 30-28. Mills, step back. Can she get it? Nope. Rebound comes out. Gillig with it. She puts the shot up, and Igihan with the board.
Number 12.
Webster's in the ball game. Webster kept that one alive, even though it would have been nice to have it probably go out of bounds at that point. Lumen put it outside to Nosa Igihan. Jester, crossover. Has an open look. Woody for 3. Can't get it. Rebound. Comes out, and it's Gillig.
Look out. What a pass.
What a pass. Got it right in between. Hit it right in the hole. Shardo, they'll pass it up. Shots up and no good by Kesey. And they'll set the offense one more time.
Great job by Brock to run cross court to get that offensive rebound in the new possession.
Ooh, lob on the inside. Kesey gets it up and in.
Very nice. Very nice there, Herb. They lobbed it to the block from the free throw line area. That's nice action right there.
32-28's the score. Bluffton with the lead. 4-high offense for Rose-Hulman. They're going to get it over. Jester looking inside for Igihan. They got her posted. Kicked it, almost turned over. It is Mills with it. Igihan against Mills, and she fouled her. She shouldn't have reached on that.
Yep. When you reach, TJ Mills is so wise and heady that she knows she had her reach and just got to go right into it to get the contact. That's an easy foul to pick up.
And 4 fouls on Nosa Igihan. She'll take a seat into the ball game. Number 21, Jordan Barlow.
Barlow was coming in for. Just got to hold your position and not reach out like that. And she was coming out anyway, but just love to see her come out with 3 fouls instead of 4 here at the end of the third quarter.
One-on-one with the fast, speedy Mills. Cost a point, but more importantly, cost that foul as well.
Use your dribble. Use your dribble.
Woody with a basketball. She'll cross the 10-second line. Pull it out and set it up.
So interesting to watch Hannah Woody use that behind-the-back dribble for a purpose.
With the shot up by Webster, she couldn't get it to go. She got to the rim.
Nice take, though. Little 2-for-1 action.
5-point lead for Bluffton, and they'll call the foul on the outside. It'd probably go against Lumen. We'll see.
Yeah, it is. It is. She got on the body. She couldn't keep her from turning that corner.
Fouls on Avery Lumen, the 5'10 freshman from Muncie Delta. Her second foul, and as we'll see Lumen down the stretch here, she has to play. She's the only player that doesn't have massive foul trouble on the inside.
And we'll see Burnham come back into the game probably toward the beginning of the third quarter, fourth quarter, I would imagine, even though she has 3 fouls, depending on how this stretch goes in the next minute or so.
2 shots in by Gillig. And she didn't score in the first half. Now she has 5 here in the second half, but she averages like 17 a game.
Yeah.
So it's been solid defense by Rose-Hulman. It's kept them in the ball game, and now they find themselves down 7, their largest deficit of the ball game. Woody got a chance to get it up. Here comes Wilson. Open looks. Woody to Wilson. Again, trying to get it. Hannah Woody on that wing, looking crossover. She'll drive, spin around, kicks it out, almost traveled. With the 2-point shot outside was Barlow. It's a good shot.
Yep.
She just didn't get it to fall down. 5 seconds on that clock. With the drive is Brock. She shoots it up, can't get it, shots up again, and that'll be the end of the third period. Bluffton spreads out a lead of 7 points, and we'll go into the fourth quarter with Rose-Hulman trailing by 7. You're watching Indiana Sports Network.
Everybody clap your hands. Cha-cha now, y'all. Turn it out.
For everyone at York Chevy Buick on US Highway 40 in Brazil. Our Christmas gift to you is 2019 Silverados up to $12,000 off. Buick Encore, $99 a month. Equinoxes as low as $169 per month. And Chevy Trax as low as $99 per month. On US Highway 40 in Brazil, where we're not number 1, you are.
We're not number 1.
You are.
You're number 1 at York.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Women's Basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
Well, we've got a fan doing the Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology. The entire words are all being spelled out. And there he got it in. Took him most of the time out to do it.
That's beautiful.
TJ Mills with the basketball. She'll start the offense. Shardo back to Mills. Matchup style zone now for Rose-Hulman. Consider it 1-2-2, but it's a matchup on it. And if you notice, it looks very similar to man. They're just going to move them and flare them over. And they do. Brock, they'll give it back. Got a shot that they wanted, and Rose-Hulman with the rebound. Webster. Webster and Mills, one-on-one. They'll pull it outside to Woody. Woody off the screen, step back. She had a possible shot and didn't pull the trigger. They're going to feed it down, almost stolen away. Picked up by Barlow, and a nice play inside by Webster.
Boy, sometimes you just have to find that silver lining, and that does not look like a very good play. It looks like a storm cloud in that first possession.
Man defense now by Rose. Still moving the basketball around. Kesey. They'll give it up to Brock.
Stay down.
Back to Kesey. She's inside and has a held up. They're going to call a traveling violation instead of a held ball. Rose-Hulman will gain possession.
So that's 2 stops in a row to start this fourth quarter defensively for the Engineers. So let's see if we can get another bucket, get it down to a 1-possession game.
Full court pressure again being applied. We'll see if they can run off the screen. They'll give it into Barlow. Back to Woody. Here comes Webster. Surprised she didn't just go around her. Barlow. Nola Wilson back to Barlow. Looking inside, they'll feed it in. They'll get the foul called on the back.
Late call, but it's there in the right call. Not a lot of times that you practice with this unit. Would you think, Herb? Not a whole lot of practice time with this unit together?
I don't know. I'm really thinking there's a lot of individual time with everybody and not maybe a lot of team time no matter what. Trying to move. They'll get the screen going off the edge. Wilson for 3. Does she get it? Nope. Rebound to Woody. Woody's got it. She'll turn around. She's open, and she didn't see herself open. Feed down on the inside. They got another foul on Saltzman.
Another has 2 team fouls. 8:10 to go here in this fourth quarter. Want to be in that bonus. We can get the bonus halfway through the fourth quarter. Even though we don't shoot the free throw all that well, there's something about being in that bonus, getting free opportunities.
Saltzman with 7 points. She has 3 fouls.
Come on now.
Shot again. She gets that one. 3-point shot and a 2-point lead now for Bluffton.
Big bucket for Nola Wilson.
Mills pulls it back out. They'll get it to Gillig. Working off that screen is Brock. To Saltzman. Heminger. She'll try to drive. Spins. Pulls out Saltzman for 2. Throws it up there. Can't get it. Rebound to Gillig. She'll put the shot up and can't get it. Rebound. Fought for it. Picked up by Webster. And she's in the open court.
Look at that speed.
She'll kick it back out to Wilson. Back out, wide open look to Barlow.
In 2 years, that's going to be a shot, Herb. Not today, though, huh?
Backdoor cut. Now she's got her out on a wing, but here comes Webster. Driving, shooting. Oh, she didn't get it. That is a perfect take. Exactly what they needed. Could have tied the score. Good offense, just didn't get the shot to fall.
Good first 3 minutes here for the Engineers in this quarter.
They were down 7, now they're down 2. Mills looking inside, and they're going to call the foul. Finally.
They literally were locked up. Lumen and Gillig down there, down low. About to do-si-do in the paint there.
Do-si-do.
Oh, my goodness.
And that coming from you, my friend, that was a good one.
Hey, man. I used to watch Hee Haw. You kidding me? I've been to the Ryman Auditorium.
That I haven't been.
Oh, beautiful place. Good.
Brock kicked it outside. Saltzman again. Tries it one more time. Heminger can't get it. Rebound comes out. Gillig. She'll throw it back out. They'll set the offense.
2 huge offensive rebounds right there for Bluffton, giving themselves another opportunity.
Mills kicks out. Gillig pump fake drive, and they got the blocking foul. That's an immediate foul on Avery Lumen.
And the Coach Prevo has been wanting the same thing I want. They're traveling on the catch just about every time. I'm just, maybe my eyes are deceiving me. Maybe I'm just, not seeing it the way I think I am.
They'll get it inside. Brock, she was open. She'll pull it back out. Heminger tries to get something, and immediately, again, that defensive pressure by Rose-Hulman is causing Bluffton all kinds of problems.
It is.
Brock pulls it out. Gillig for 3. Does she get it? Nope. Ooh. Rebound though to Bluffton.
Board.
Brock, she's down low, doesn't have anything. Saltzman pumps, drives. Oh my goodness, she scores. Right down the pipe.
You give them 5 chances, they're going to knock one of them down, and here comes the turnover.
There it is. Mills crosses over, puts it up. Ball was held, and then Bluffton is just all over the place grabbing the basketball. They're a half a step ahead of Rose-Hulman right now on every loose ball. Brock, Gillig, Mills. Good ball movement. They should be an offense. It should be the other way, and it was. That's the way I saw it. I mean, she just hammered her twice.
Jordan Barlow very excited to get that call there as we're going the other way down to 4. An opportunity here. Boy, I tell you what, Lumen and Barlow did a great job in the first 4.5 minutes of that quarter, really holding it down. Burnham and Iggyhan now, it's time to pay it off.
Burnham with the basketball, driving, pulls it up. Now she'll get it to Webster. Webster's going to run over the 10-second lines. They got it. Pretty close. Iggyhan a low post. She'll square up, feeds it down. Burnham. And we're going to call foul defensively.
It's intense in here.
I have to look at the intensity of which way signals to figure out who the foul's on. Open look. Doesn't get it. Rebound comes out to Burnham. They're going to call the foul.
Now, just see if we can start cleaning up that glass here with Burnham and Iggyhan back in the contest.
For Rose-Hulman, this is big because they get to score at the line, and they're probably better at the line than they are on the field or off the field.
Statistically, yes.
She got that one down. It's Rose Burnham. Cuts that lead to 3. Lead's cut to 2.
2 huge free throws there.
37-35. 5 minutes left to go in the ball game. Timeout. Timeout's called by Bluffton. We just have to figure out how long it's going to be. 2-point lead by the Beavers. They have the basketball. We'll return for more Rose-Hulman basketball.
It could be anyone. The star student, the all-state athlete. I never thought it could happen to me, that I could lose everything. I found help, I found hope, I found recovery. I regained something lost.
A to Z Construction performs free inspections and free estimates. A to Z welcomes all insurance work, specializing in all roofing systems, plus performing all other aspects of construction and remodeling. A to Z Construction is your Greater Wabash Valley roofing company. Call Shannon Combs for your free roofing inspection today. A to Z Construction, building the future together.
You're watching Rose-Hulman women's basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
And we want to thank our sponsors of today's game: A to Z Construction, Hamilton Center, Lynn's Pharmacy, Refreshment Services Pepsi, Riddell National Bank, Sonic Drive-Ins, Union Health, and York Automotive. Transportation for Indiana Sports Network is provided by York Automotive, with locations in Brazil, Greencastle, and Crawfordsville. Bluffton with the basketball. Heminger looking for Mills. There was a lob all the way across to Brock. Mills is open, or Heminger is open. She takes a shot. Iggyhan with the board. Nosa Iggyhan, huge rebounding effort today.
It's rebound number 12 for Iggyhan.
Feed down in low. Rose Burnham pump. She goes to drive and almost gave it away.
Ooh-wee. Can't put the ball around TJ Mills.
Webster to Woody. Woody with the drive, pulls up, shot, got it blocked, puts it up, and Webster can't get it to go. Shot's up and good.
Yep, it did hit the rim the first time, so it was a reset.
Score is tied at 37 all. 4 minutes left to go in the ball game. Mills, she'll try to drive, kicks it back outside. There's a 15-footer, no good. Rebound comes out, and she traveled with it potentially. Crossed up and threw it out of bounds. Rose-Hulman will gain possession of the basketball. And you should see the bench of Bluffton as Chad Shuttler is just got his hands on his hip going, what is going on? Iggy Hahn with the basketball.
Oh, no!
Feeds it right off of a foot. Had it open, Mills, and she'll set the offense.
Oh, man. 2 steps forward and 2 steps back sometimes.
That's how it works. A young team, you're going to have it happen.
That's right.
Saltzman. Gillig.
Down. Stop.
Heminger with the drive, kick out. Gillig wide open for 3. Does she get it? Nope. Rebound. Who else? Iggy Hahn.
Oh, gosh.
Held ball. She brought it down below her waist, and a good tie up by Heminger. Nora Heminger, the junior from Macomb, Ohio. They'll give it up. Fast break opportunity, and they'll slow it down. Just about threw that one away. Rose Burnham with the basketball. Webster will set the offense. 3 minutes to go. Score tied. Woody trying to works off 2 screens. She's got a drive. Kick out. Rose Burnham with the drive. They had an opening. With the drive, lays it up, got the rim. It's loose. It's picked up by Iggy Hahn. She's on the line.
Boy, she's very close to picking up foul number 5. She reached a couple of times, and she was really close to a disqualification. At what point do you get Nola Wilson back into this contest?
Probably do pretty soon. 2:45 left to go in the ball game. Score is tied at 37 all. Rose-Hulman with a zone. Trying to force Bluffton to do something they don't want to do. Here's Gillig, feeds it inside. Iggy Hahn with the steal.
I'd go offense, defense. I'd call a timeout to get Nola in. I'd go offense, defense.
Webster. Jester, Webster, now it's Woody, gives it in. Jester, lob up, Iggy Hahn. She says, I'm going to take it in there, and she's going to score it. No, sir, Iggy Hahn.
You know, it's so interesting to watch Coach Prevo. He's been working so hard with this team, and he doesn't always show a demonstrative reaction, but he did when that shot went down, and then he tried to smooth his jacket out. Like, oh, yep, I'm calm and cool, collected. Oh, he's got to be just churning on the inside. So close to a victory. They want it so badly.
2-point lead for Rose-Hulman as Iggy Hahn misses the free throw. 7 points and 14 rebounds for Iggy Hahn on the afternoon, and they're still in a matchup zone. Timeout, Bluffton. And with that, it's a full timeout. Rose-Hulman with a 2-point lead with under 2 minutes left to go. We'll return for more on Indiana Sports Network.
We were choosing colors for the house, and I stopped and looked at Mike and said, we're really doing this, aren't we? The process was challenging, but Riddell was there for us every step of the way. The mortgage, closing, they eased our stress. It made sense when Mike said,
we're really doing this.
Mortgage loans made easy from Riddell. Making friends since 1885.
At Lynn's Pharmacy, we're more than just your pharmacist. We're your neighbors.
Our kids go to the same schools. We eat at the same restaurants.
We sit next to you in church.
When I listen to a symptom.
When I fill a prescription.
When I offer advice, I'm not just helping a customer. I'm helping my neighbor and a friend. My name is Lynn Hofstetter, and I'm the proud owner of Lynn's Pharmacy, a modern pharmacy with old-fashioned values and personal service dedicated to keeping you, your family, and our community healthy since 1872.
Here at Lynn's Pharmacy, downtown Brazil.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Women's Basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
A 6-0 run by Rose-Hulman has given them a 2-point lead. Under 2 minutes left to go in this one. Still trying to work that zone. He gets shots up, no good. Rebound comes out, picked up by Rose-Burnham.
Ooh, TJ Mills took a shot to the head.
Woody, pass up to Webster. She'll pull it back out. Just got to make sure we don't turn it over here. Rose-Burnham with the basketball. Hannah Woody. Tanosa Igihan. Looking for that backdoor cut. They didn't get one.
Come help her. Come help her. Call the timeout. Oh, my gosh.
Loose ball, turnover, gives the ball to Bluffton.
Oh, wow.
2-point lead for Rose-Hulman. They're going to drive, kick it in. Gillig puts a shot up, can't get it, and rebound comes out to Rose-Hulman. A minute left to go in the ball game. Webster with the basketball. Pulls it out, 20 seconds left to go on the shot clock. Webster against Mills. Trying to feed it into Igihan. Burnham, 10 seconds on that shot clock. She'll drive, she'll shoot, she scores! Rose-Burnham, a 4-point Rose-Hulman lead. 41-37, 35 seconds left to go. Timeout, Bluffton.
You're watching Rose-Hulman women's basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
And welcome back, 41-37. Rose-Burnham deep down in the lane and scores.
It's interesting. Wish we could get camera to boy. Rose-Burnham's dad is right across away from us, and he's having a hard time keeping his composure right now. His little girl just put this team up 4 points.
Basically put the team on her back and drove the lane and scored. Mills, kick outside. They're trying to keep a massive rock. Turnover gives the ball to Rose-Hulman. Now a turnover back. Brock. Will she score? She's driving. She kicks it out. Mills for 3. She puts it up. She got it.
Holy smokes.
TJ Mills. Timeout's been called.
Holy smokes.
We'll take the full timeout. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back. Make sure you get it. 11 seconds left. A 1-point Rose-Hulman lead.
Everybody clap your hands. Cha-cha now, y'all. Turn it out. Oh, yeah. Cha-cha, real smooth.
It's employee pricing for everyone at York Chevy Buick on US Highway 40 in Brazil. Our Christmas gift to you is 2019 Silverados up to $12,000 off. Buick Encore, $99 a month. Equinoxes as low as $169 per month. And Chevy Trax as low as $99 per month. On US Highway 40 in Brazil, where we're not number one, you are.
We're not number one.
You are.
You're number one at York.
You're watching Rose-Hulman women's basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
A 1-point Rose-Hulman lead, 41-40. The rule is you can call timeout and advance it similar to the NBA. Rose-Hulman will have the ball right in front of their own bench. And throwing it in is Kaylin Jester. They'll get it to Hannah Woody. She's fouled, and that's who they want to foul. If you're going to go to the line for Rose-Hulman, that's who you want. 10 seconds now left to go in the ball game.
Regardless of what happens, Rose-Hulman needs to understand they only have 2 team fouls. No matter what happens, you have 2 fouls to play with as they advance the ball to waste time. Even if she makes both of these free throws, which I know she will, they need to use these 2 fouls to use up half the clock.
10 seconds left. Bluffton will end up with a timeout as well. And we're going to keep this one here for this one.
And this is why I love the rule change with women's basketball going to quarters. Now you can strategize. You can advance the ball to have basically to half court, beyond half court, so you don't have to worry about wasting time bringing the ball up. Rose-Hulman has 2 fouls to give. They have to use those fouls wisely. You can't foul somebody as they're shooting the shot. But on the catch, if you can create a double team on the catch, make them waste a couple seconds and then foul, I just don't think you can not use these 2 fouls right here, Herb.
Well, it'd be very strategically, it'd be an advantage for you. And quite honestly, at a certain point, you just guard the 3-point line and let the rest go. Because you just don't want to foul on any kind of putback or anything else that's not going to hurt you and give you a chance to put the ball in bounds. Potential shot in the corner, they're going to put them in the corner.
Strategy point number 1, not guarding the inbounds.
They're not guarding it, they're going to wait.
Line.
There's Gillig at the top, gives
Fowler.
it up to Mills.
Fowler.
Not now, here comes
not
Brock.
Now. Too late.
She walked, threw it up, doesn't get it. And 7/10. All you have to do is throw it at the other end, and the game's over. Timeout's called by Rose-Hulman. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back for the throw-in. You're watching Rose-Hulman basketball.
It could be anyone. The star student, the all-state athlete. I never thought it could happen to me, that I could lose everything. I found help, I found hope, I found recovery. I regained something lost.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Women's Basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
Rose-Hulman basketball, and here's the best part. They advance the ball to half court. If they throw it down in the corner here and just tip it, game's over. Just got to throw it down towards the other end and have somebody tip it. You can throw it under the basket. It isn't going to matter. There it is. That's perfect. Absolutely perfect. And Rose-Hulman wins the ball game 43-40. A tremendous effort. And the student body gives their approval because they know how hard these young ladies have worked. They pick up their second win in HCAC competition. Moves them up into a tie with a potential tie with Anderson today. Tremendous ball game for the Rose-Hulman Lady Engineers as they just went after this one. You can see them go out. They're excited. They start the second half of the HCAC season with a win over the Bluffton University Beavers. And you can see them. They appreciate the fans, the support. Parents that are here, the whole thing. These young ladies enjoy winning a basketball game. It's been a while, and within the opportunity, they played very well since the first part of the season. We're going to pause, take a short break. We'll be right back with our post-game comments. You're watching Rose-Hulman basketball.
A to Z Construction performs free inspections and free estimates. A to Z welcomes all insurance work, specializing in all roofing systems, plus performing all other aspects of construction and remodeling. A to Z Construction is your Greater Wabash Valley roofing company. Call Shannon Combs for your free roofing inspection today. A to Z Construction, building the future together.
We were choosing colors for the house, and I stopped and looked at Mike and said, "We're really doing this, aren't we?" The process was challenging, but Riddell was there for us every step of the way. The mortgage, closing, they eased our stress. It made sense when Mike said,
We're really doing this.
mortgage loans made easy from Riddell. Making friends since 1885.
At Lynn's Pharmacy, we're more than just your pharmacist. We're your neighbors.
Our kids go to the same schools. We eat at the same restaurants.
We sit next to you in church.
When I listen to a symptom.
When I fill a prescription.
When I offer advice, I'm not just helping a customer. I'm helping my neighbor and a friend. My name is Lynn Hofstetter, and I'm the proud owner of Lynn's Pharmacy, a modern pharmacy with old-fashioned values and personal service dedicated to keeping you, your family, and our community healthy since 1872.
Here at Lynn's Pharmacy, downtown Brazil.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Women's Basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
And welcome back to Rose-Hulman, where the Lady Engineers ended up with a 43-40 victory over the Bluffton University Beavers, who traveled a distance. And again, both ball games went Rose-Hulman's way today, and it was key for both of these teams. First one because the men won to keep themselves in a potential playoff run at the end of the season and keep pace there. But the women won, and that's a huge boost for the women's program.
It really is. The first time all season long we've been able to have a men's-women's doubleheader, two for game is where both teams were able to win. But you mentioned the women they've been fighting so hard to win games. They've been undermanned by numbers and then also just by experience all season long. They've made no excuses about this, and they've come strap it on and fight every week. And to see them come out there and get this victory is so rewarding for them. And you can see it on the faces of the players and coaches. But also to move to a tie toward the bottom, now 2-8. Anderson played Transylvania today. You know they lost. Mount St. Joe's played someone at the top of the conference. Good chance they lose. Earlham played Franklin, who was at the top of the conference. So you see the bottom of the conference really is not settled.
Right.
So if Rose-Hulman can use these good experiences, keep fighting, get a couple more wins and start chugging along, just pull on that train, as you say, this season is far from over. I know you don't want to get too far ahead of yourself, as we can do that up here. The coaches take it one game at a time. But boy, this is a really good start to the second half of the season.
Really improved. The young ladies have really improved. Scoring-wise for Bluffton, Mills with 11, Brock 4. Gillig held to 5 points. That's 12 points under her normal.
Well,
and really, the defense did a number on Bluffton's leading scorer. Heminger with 2, Saltzman with 9, Henry 3, Shardo 4, Zabrowski played, didn't score. Kesey with 2, Burns and Case did not score. For Rose-Hulman, 8 players play and 7 scored. Wilson with 11 points to lead Rose-Hulman in scoring. Woody with 6, Jester 2, Burnham 5, Iggy Hahn 7. More importantly for her, 14 rebounds. And when you look at that, that's huge for that young lady. She stepped up and really played a whale of a game.
Webster with foul trouble.
Yes, in foul trouble too. Webster with 7, Barlow 5, and Lumen played, didn't score. You're looking at 8 players for Rose-Hulman, all contributed, all played very well and very strong. And good things are going to happen. It takes time. Hopefully Coach Prevost can continue to move that, and as we say, pull that train and keep it rolling. Once it does, good things are going to happen. We know good things are happening for you. We're happy you joined us this afternoon and watching Rose-Hulman basketball on Indiana Sports Network.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Women's Basketball on the Indiana Sports Network.
This sports program is presented by authority of Wabash Valley Sports and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated in any way without prior written consent of Wabash Valley Sports.